Good evening, everyone, and thanks for your patience. Welcome to the August 11th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair this evening. We have the following commissioners present here with us tonight. Here in the chambers with me, I've got Commissioner Dwayne Beth and Commissioner Aaron Ward. Online, we have Commissioner Brandy Armstrong and Commissioner Jim Ernst, and we also have Vice Chair Karen Jones. With that, with staff, we have Alyssa Marcy, Rodney Lucas, and we have legal counsel Michael Farley here with us tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rose Morris, who will read the opening statement. And I think she's going to do a roll call before we start as well.
Okay, roll call. Straws, not present. Ward,
Here.
Armstrong,
Here.
Beth,
Here.
Easterwood, not here.
No.
Ernst,
Here.
oh, and then Easterwood's here too. Okay. Jones,
Here.
Miller, not here. Moeller, not
No.
present. Schwartz. Okay, not present. Okay.
Commissioner Easterwood is showing up as the attendee. Can you pull her over to the other side?
Yes, I can do that.
Commissioner Easterwood, we're going to bring you over to the panelist side.
Sorry about the delay. Everything was taking very long to load today. I am going to start with the opening statement. Thanks for coming to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Chairman Carson is the acting chairman tonight, or is the chairman tonight. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom, please make sure that you have an appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For the members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an application. If you're present in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you're having issues getting onto the Zoom meeting, please see the Planning and Urban Design website on wicokck.org. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format of this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make an opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. The members of the board will then address any questions that they have to the applicant. Any person wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands for people who are in support or in opposition who do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed towards them. Then the staff will make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason of the motion preceding the making of the motion. The motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. Our first application is BOZA 2025-021. John Harris is a variance from section 27 593B18 for minimum separation distance of 1,300 feet between a liquor store or any existing proposed liquor store to a church, school, public park at 1839 North 18th Street. Does anyone on the board have any context to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is Thomas Steibel. I'm an attorney representing John Harris. I office at 509 Armstrong here in Kansas City, Kansas. Mr. Harris is here today. He's owns the property at 1863 North 18th Street. He's a KCK native, grew up on Garfield Street, a few houses away from the property he now owns, and the property that is the subject of this application for a variance. He lives at 1839 North 40th Street with his wife and family. He also owns 1934 North 18th Street, a property that had a building that was being scheduled for demolition when he bought it, and he restored the building and is currently seeking businesses to operate at that location. Mr. Harris was educated at Northwest Junior High and Wyandotte High School. He then served in the military and returned after his retirement from the service to join the Sheriff's Department. He subsequently was hired by the KCK Fire Department, where he worked until his retirement. So he is aware of how important it is for safety in his community and plans to operate his proposed business accordingly. He filed this application for a variance because he firmly believes that a retail liquor store at this location is the highest and best use of the property. In fact, he believes this because of his history growing up in this neighborhood, and that he believes the neighborhood was more vibrant and had a higher percentage of owner-occupied houses during the time the property was operated as a retail liquor store and party shop than the neighborhood currently has. He also knows from personal experience that no alternative businesses that have tried to operate at that location have been sustainable over time. Staff has also pointed that out to you in their report. I've prepared some copies of our response to the staff report to provide you, and have a thumb drive with the response that I've given to it's in the computer.
Hi guys, sorry, my name is Osidi Nunez Planning. We're having some technical issues. Microsoft is not letting us sign in, so we're working on it.
If you do want hard copies.
Yeah, would you go ahead and provide them to those of us that are here, and then we'll take a look at them, and then we'll try to convey some responses to our members that are online.
Have 7 here.
So I think the biggest issue is it being with the proximity to the park and to the, is it to the residences? I'm sorry, there's a church
Well,
and a school.
I think that the issue that the city was concerned with was the parks. That's the only thing that was in their response. There is some church property that is nearby, but there have not, it doesn't seem to be an active church, but there is some property that is owned by a church that is nearby. So we basically tried to address the issues with the parks.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and go on with your presentation.
We've complied with all the requirements to bring this matter before the commissioners. We timely mailed notice letters of the neighborhood meeting, timely posted the signage required at the property, and held the neighborhood meeting. No neighbors attended the meeting, so Mr. Harris went door to door with neighbors and to explain to them what he wanted to do, and ask if they would support that proposal. And staff has provided you with evidence that neighbors would prefer that this business plan be approved. Essentially, what they indicated was that they were tired of the building being vacant and saw a benefit to having a retail liquor store and small commercial retail outlet in the building. I would now want to turn to our written response to the draft of the staff report. You know, this is a unique property. It's been zoned commercial and industrial for a long time. It was originally developed as the original building was built to house a liquor store in the 1950s. And then the small addition was built. The original store is about 500, or is about 775 feet. And then an addition was built when they could add like a party shop to the building, and that was built. It's about some 440 feet of property. It operated as a liquor store from 1954 until until 2000 and about 2008. There were 3 or 4 different owners of the properties, and the staff has provided that information in the staff report to you. The lot itself is 43 feet by 120 feet. So it's a small lot, under 5,000 square feet. There's really not much opportunity there to modify the building or to even build a new commercial structure on the lot because of the lot size.
Can we shut those doors or either shut them up or shut those doors? Thank you.
We think that granting this variance would preserve the historical character of the neighborhood by allowing what was really a historical use of the property on this parcel. Additionally, it would assure that the community and the property owner that the property will not remain unused. As we all know that vacant buildings contribute to neighborhood decline. It fulfills the parking lot requirements. There would require 5 or 6 spaces, and there's 46 by 48 feet that would accommodate that, and that parking would be striped in accordance with the parking code. The landscaping requirements, because of the lot size, it would not require the planting of any trees under the current code. There's 6-foot tall privacy fencing that already exists along the east boundary of the property. And any additional fencing that would need to be built along the alley that the ordinance requires would be built. We're not aware of any complaints that since the applicant has owned the property. The ones that are cited by the staff we think are correct, but they would both arose before our ownership of the property. The proposal was characterized by the staff as being a request to build a liquor store, and in fact, it's not a request to build one, it's a request to operate a retail liquor store at the building that is already existing there. Again, he's asking for the variance so that he can operate this property for its highest and best use based upon the known rental history of the property. He just wants a chance to be able to prove that he can make this work in the community. The planning staff is correct that the variance is needed due to the proximity to city-owned property that is designated with the title of park. But we disagree with the distances from some of these. Although we disagree with the distances, they still are over 1,300 or less than 1,300 square feet or lineal feet away. I think the city usually measures the distance as the crow flies, and as humans we can't do that. As the crow flies, we have to walk down streets and use public areas, so we think that their distances are not accurate. There's no sight lines to any of these parks directly to this liquor store. Westgate Park is down 2 blocks and around the corner and another 3 blocks. Max Park is down the hill and around the corner. Jersey Creek West Park is down the hill and doesn't provide a sight line to the front of the building. Additionally, we did raise some issues with the Jersey Creek West Park being called a park. There's no human amenities there. There's no fire pits. There's no park benches. There's no entry sign. There's no picnic tables anywhere close to 1863 North 63rd. I think you have to go over to 16th Street before you get to any of those human developments that which would have been built there. On the Kansas statutory requirements, of course, we said that there were unique features to this property. The first is that it's zoned by the UG, despite being located in the residential district. So yeah, it's in the residential district for sure, but the city zoned it that way. And it has always been used for a retail or a commercial purpose. Second feature that's unique is that it's so small that there's no real commercial development opportunities, and that restricts the property's owner's options for future use of the property. Based upon its long history of being a retail liquor outlet, and conversely, the inability of other business endeavors to be profitable is shown by the variety of businesses that failed at the location. Its highest and best use is retail liquor sales. Again, we go back to the history of how long it was successful as a retail liquor outlet and accompanied small retail space. It operated from the 1950s to about 2008. And then finally, we would point out that the building itself was built for the specific purpose of being a liquor store outlet for the neighborhood, and its design and size limit further commercial options. It's true that the ordinance requires a variance in order to allow this application to move forward. The applicant argues that this neighborhood is more vibrant, contained more owner-occupied houses, and had more of a sense of community during the time that the property operated as a retail liquor outlet than now when the building has had a series of failed businesses and has, between the failed businesses, had long periods of being vacant. We would argue that the impact of the vacant buildings also is a detrimental impact on the local neighborhood and community, and we believe that the vacant property becomes an attractive nuisance, negatively impacting the tax structure and remains an eyesore for the local community. As I indicated before, Mr. Harris canvassed the local owner-occupied homes on the list of contacts given us by the UG Planning Department, and the majority would approve the use as a retail liquor store. Nor do we believe that the home values in the neighborhood close to the liquor store at other locations, 13th and Washington and 38th Street, are significantly lowered the home values because of their presence, which is one of the arguments that the city makes, that the homeowner's property would be impacted in the negative way. I think that that's a theory, but I don't think that there's actual evidence to support that or data to support that. I've never seen any in this community. The applicant believes that the highest and best uses that has a track record of success at this location is a retail liquor outlet. Also believes that because he was raised in this neighborhood, this retail opportunity will contribute to the well-being of the neighborhood. Due to the limited lot size and limitations of the size of the building, together with the options to the property owner, are for all practical matters non-existent. Planning staff has indicated that this is only about the interests of the property owner, but the granting of variances is not just for the benefit of the property owner, it's also for the benefit of the community, and in an effort to make sure that there's not vacant property and unused property and property that's not generating revenue for the city. Staff stated in their report that from 2008 to 2014, there was a salon business operating at this location. And there may have been a business with an occupational license from the UG for that period of time. But there was not a viable business. It was a business that was owned by the wife of the property owner and was not paying rent at the time that the staff suggests it was viable as a business. They also noted that fireworks were sold in 2013 and 2014, so there could not have been a different business operating in the building. And the staff points out that there was a wedding planner operating out of the building from 2014 to 2017, and again, we would argue that did not take place. It was also owned by the spouse of the owner of the building. The building staff points out that there were fireworks sold from 2013 to 2017. And that's true, but then that source of income dried up because the fire code changed and you could no longer, starting in 2018, you could no longer sell fireworks from inside a structure. You had to build it, you had to sell it from outside a structure, 100 feet away from any existing structure. So that dried up that source of revenue for the owner of the building. And the final business that the staff indicates was a barber shop that operated from 2010 2020 to 2024. And that was not the case because when the negotiations started for him to buy the building in February of 2023, that barber shop was had already folded and gone out of business, and the building was empty again. So it's been empty since before February of 2023. I think there's also some concern on the staff's part about oversaturation of liquor stores. First of all, we would point out that there are no liquor stores that would be within 1,300 feet of this particular liquor store. I did check with the Kansas Department of Revenue to get a listing of liquor stores in Kansas City, Kansas, and it does not seem to be more than 3 or 4 that are anywhere near the Northeast. Most of them were 2 or 3 miles away. The closest one is 13th and Washington. Planning staff expresses concern for and desire for the Northeast to be vibrant, walkable community, but that request really requires some other things so that all services be available and all property to operate in a financially viable way to provide neighborhood stability. We believe that the retail liquor store is a necessary part of the desired environs, and that vacant buildings are an undesirable element of the environs for a walkable community. The use of the small lot for neighborhood community retail outlet is not inconsistent with the desired objective of creating a vibrant and walkable environment in the Northeast. Staff pointed out that we didn't provide any septed elements to this proposed use, and that is true. But on such a small site and such a small building, it's pretty much impossible to try to make any meaningful septed improvements. I did note that the planned hours of operation are Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m., Friday and Saturday from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., and will be closed on Sundays. So we would ask that you approve the staff recommendation that this matter be approved for variance.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Okay, I'm not saying, but you're in agreement with the staff recommendations and conditions about the parking lot, everything else?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No questions from the commission. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff, get their comment.
Thank you, sir. Staff recommends that Board of Zoning Appeals approve case BOZA 2025-021 for variance for a minimum separation distance of 1,300 feet between existing or proposed liquor store, church, school, or public park for a proposed liquor store, subject to all comments and suggestions outlined in staff report and summarized by the following conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on this one? Commissioner Easterwood.
Yes, just clarification on the time. I was thinking that the presenter just said from 10 to 8, but the response from the applicant to the staff says 10 to 10 and 10 to 11 and to 11 on weekends. Which one is correct?
So what I have here is the applicant responded Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and to extend the hours on Friday and Saturday nights until 11 p.m. And
closed
plans
on-
to be closed on Sunday.
And is staff in agreement with those hours?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Easterwood, did that satisfy your question?
Well, Mr. Steibel, did he say 10 to 8 or did he say 10 to 10? I thought he said 10 to
Wait,
8.
come up, back up to the microphone. What are the proposed hours?
The proposed hours are the ones that I read to you at the end, 10 to 8, Monday through Thursday, 10 to 10 on Friday and Saturday, and closed on Sunday.
All right, 10 to 8, Monday through Thursday, 10 to 10 on Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays,
Correct.
closed on Sundays.
Correct.
All right, so that's the hours requested by the applicant, Commissioner Easterwood.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve BOZA 2025-021, subject to all staff stipulations and comments.
Do you want to make a clarification on the store hours?
Again, with the clarification of the store being open Monday through Thursday, 10 to 8, Fridays and Saturdays from 10 to 10.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones, is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you. And that concludes our agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals. We will take a 5-minute recess and we'll go ahead and start the City Planning Commission in about 5 minutes. So thank you all. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience. I want to welcome you to the August 11th meeting of the City Planning Commission. Before we start, I would like, in light of today's funeral for Officer Ming, I would like us to take a moment of silence in remembrance of Officer Ming before we start the meeting. So. Thank you all. Okay, with that, I will make a few introductions. First of all, my name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of tonight's meeting. With me tonight online is our vice chair, Commissioner Karen Jones. We also have online with us Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Jim Ernst, and Commissioner Beverly Easterwood. Here with me in the chambers, I have Commissioner Aaron Ward and Commissioner Dwayne Beth. We also have the following staff members present with us tonight. Alyssa Marcy with the planning staff, Osiris Espinosa, Mari Monheil, and Rose Morse, who you'll be hearing a lot from Rose this evening, and the acting director of the planning department, Rodney Lucas, in addition to Michael Farley, our legal counsel. So with that, I will turn it over to Rose, who will read the opening statement on how we'll run tonight's meeting.
Hello, welcome to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom or in person in the commission chamber. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman. The following, there have been 2 changes to the agenda this evening. First, item 452, the ordinance amending short-term rental regulations, will be moved to directly after the consent agenda. Secondly, the item 431, PR 2025-001, Lindsay Gates, has been removed from the agenda, and it will be heard next month. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please make sure you are visible during the meeting and use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person at the commission chamber when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you're attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is being called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens, which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make their final decisions on Thursday, August 28th, 2025. For final plats and final plan reviews for tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format of this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will be making an opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. The members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions that they have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions, and time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may extend their time, or a speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may by 2/3 majority vote extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands for those present in support and those in opposition who do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and then make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed towards them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners unless there is a request to remove the item on the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the commission, other interested parties. The Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, and special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approved. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there's any request to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item that you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts on any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, we'll ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose their contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision on Thursday, August 28, 2025 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the July 14th, 2025 Planning Commission minutes. SP 2025-042, Ferris Ferrazzati, renewal of a special use permit for a daycare at 2605 West 39th Avenue. SP 2025-045, Aaron Woodson, renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental at 7917 Tarumi Avenue. SP 2025-047, Maribel Santa Ana. It is a renewal of a special use permit for an event space at 6300 Parallel Parkway. Plat 2025-023, Tim Akins, a final plat to consolidate 2 lots onto one single-family lot at 2314 South 71st Street. PR 2025-015, Khalid Bande, final plan review for a convenience store and gas pumps at 4701 Parallel Parkway. PR 2025-021, Keith Davis, a final development plan for 3 building modifications for Owens Corning at 300 Sunshine Road. The following items I have read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on the items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of record for all the items on the agenda tonight. The city has currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question. The city has currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 11th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for the special use permit, change of zones, master plan amendments, and the notices to the property owners. The commission will approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. Does anyone on the commission wish to set aside any item on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, does anybody in the audience want to set aside an item on the consent agenda for special consideration? Raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no one, okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to accept I'm sorry, we do have somebody raise their hand, Lindsay Madigan. Lindsay, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Hi,
And which
sorry.
That's all right. Which item are you wanting to pull aside from the consent agenda?
The combination of plots at 2314 70 or South 71st Street in Kansas City, Kansas.
So you want plat 2025-023 removed?
Yes, please.
All right. Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the remaining items on the consent agenda. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of plat case 2025-023.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve the consent agenda minus the one item pulled off by a member of the public. Plat 2025-023 was made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you. The special use permits will go forward to the Board of Commissioners on August 28th at 7 PM. The other two remaining final plan reviews have been approved. So that'll take us back to the one that was pulled from the consent agenda. Rose?
That one is plat 2025-023 Tim Akins. It is a final plat to consolidate two lots into one single-family lot at 2314 South 71st Street.
I'm Tim Atkins in Engineering Solutions. Just kind of know why I got pulled.
Well, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're going to do, and we're going to find out from.
We're
when
gonna
we
do
get
a
to that
single
point.
family residence there. We're combining two lots and vacating a easement in between the two of them.
How big is the lot that you've got?
Gosh, I think it's 2.5 acres.
All right, and you're wanting to split them and vacate an easement and
No,
turn into,
combine them,
combine the two of them, excuse me.
combine the two of them.
Combine the two
vacate the
lots, vacate the easement into one lot.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else you want to add?
No, I think it's all been approved so far. I didn't know there was any problem.
All right, anyone on the commission have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand. I'm assuming Ms. Madigan, you want to speak to this case?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and give us your name
Okay.
and address, please.
So my name's Lindsay Madigan. My boyfriend and I live at 2306 South 71st Street. We live directly downhill from the property in question, and we are concerned about this development because it's posing some serious risks to our property. First of all, the natural drainage. Right now, the land absorbs and channels the rainwater in a stable way. Adding buildings, driveways, and patios will speed up the runoff downhill towards our property, which is going to increase risk of flooding, erosion, and foundation damage. And once you alter the drainage, you cannot undo it. Secondly, the slope and soil stability. Grading that lot could destabilize the hillside, causing sediment and washouts or even small slides. And we're concerned about the repair costs to our property once again. Third, road capacity. So our neighborhood streets were never designed for high traffic. They're very small, construction trucks, delivery vans, and daily resident traffic will overload them. And we're concerned about increasing in accidents, slowing emergency response, and accelerating road damage, which can cost the public. And then fourth, the environmental and community impact. So the trees and vegetation on that lot also slow the runoff, which is concerning us because they filter the pollutants and provide privacy to our property. Clearing them, we are concerned, is going to degrade the environment and force wildlife elsewhere. So yeah, we're concerned about this development, mainly for the flooding. We recently experienced some pretty significant flooding, and we're concerned that developing on that property is going to contribute to more flooding in our neighbors' areas.
So you're aware that we're taking 2 lots and making them 1 lot.
Yeah, and then
So your concern is any kind of building on the lot, whether it's 2 lots or not? Because
Yeah.
2 lots are going to bring more traffic than 1 lot.
hmm
Okay,
But-
but,
but in developing on the lots is
so
going.
you're opposed to construction on the lot?
Yeah,
All right, well, what we're hearing tonight is combining them into 2, or excuse me, into 1 lot. So we'll get you some answers on some of your questions. Anything else
Okay.
that you wanted to bring up?
nope, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else want to speak to this case? Stephen Russell?
Yes, hello. I'm actually the property owner. I just got that piece of land from the land bank. Engineering Solutions has been acting on my behalf on this. We do already have an approved building permit for that property. I just wanted to make you guys aware of that.
All right, and is that a single family dwelling that you're building on there?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Anything else you wanted to add? It's not. Okay, anyone else want to speak to this case? All right, I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Atkins. Anything you can say regarding the, the neighbor's testimony with regard to drainage or anything like that? This
Anything-
property is going to affect her property in any way?
Anything that can be taken care of with swales and such as that can happen. But we're in an undeveloped area with ditches and such as that. There's no defined drainage anyways. I don't believe it's going to affect her that much. Everything will be confined to either that lot or run off into the street.
All right. Anything else you want to address to the neighbor's concern?
I don't think there's a whole lot of, we're not making a big environmental impact on this site.
How big is the lot's 1.15 acres?
Yeah.
All right, so it's not a big lot.
No, it's not.
And it's a single family home,
Yes.
just a regular driveway and what, 2,
Yes.
3 car garage?
Yep.
All right, no, any other outbuildings or anything like that? Is just a,
Not at the present time, no.
all right. All right, thank you. Any other questions that need to be answered for the commission before we go to staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their recommendation.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So again, 1.15 acres total. There were no significant concerns from our planning engineers on review of this project. I will add that in the staff conditions, the applicant does need to comply with our erosion control, storm drainage, and stormwater quality standards. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
make a motion to approve plat 2025-023, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, motion to approve, excuse me, sorry, plat 2025-023 made by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Easterwood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next item is the ordinance amending short-term rental regulations, including prohibiting short-term permits for shared driveways. I think Wendy Green is here to speak on that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel for the Unified Government. This came from some concerns that some commissioners had, as well as concerns that we've heard from the public. The proposed amendments to this ordinance, it's section 27-623, which again deals with our short-term rentals. There's two main amendments that actually are substantive in nature, and then the rest of the changes are just dealing with some formatting and just changes for clarity. If we want to go to the first one, it's on page 2 of the proposed amendment, and it deals specifically with subsection A3. And what this does is it changes the purview of the prohibitions against a short-term rental so that HOA bylaws can no longer be a reason a short-term rental would be prohibited. The thinking behind that is that planning staff often doesn't know what the HOA bylaws say. They're often not recorded. And so it's hard for them to find them if they could even find them at all. That's more of a private agreement between landowners. It's not really something the city should be trying to enforce. So if there are HOA bylaws that would be in effect, that would be something that someone from the HOA could actually come to this type of meeting and make a comment and let the commissioners know about, that would be a concern, that maybe an STR would be prohibited by their HOA bylaws. But it's not something that should be used by planning or even this board right off the bat to prohibit an STR. So that would be the first substantive amendment to this ordinance. The second one you could find would be on page 7 under subsection C2. And that is to prohibit anyone from getting a special use permit for a short-term rental if they have a shared driveway. Now, again, the special use permits are required if it's not an owner-occupied property. And the reasoning here is if there's a car in the way, it's going to be hard to try to get a hold of somebody to try to get that car moved. If it's an administrative one under subsection B, it's easier. You just treat that like, it's almost like someone had a shared driveway and they had a guest there. You just go to the owner and say, could you please have your friend move their car? But when it's not a owner occupied short-term rental, it's harder to get a hold of that owner and have them have the guest move the car. And we've had concerns with this in the past, and therefore it would now be a prohibition to get a special use permit under this amendment for a short-term rental if you have a parcel and an adjoining parcel that have a shared driveway. So those are the two substantive amendments that this is trying to take care of. And again, the rest are just stylistic concerns. And if you would like me to go through them, I'd be happy to, but that's the main crux of what we're trying to do with this.
All right, thank you. I know we had this discussion at plan review, or excuse me, at agenda review earlier today. We're only aware of, did we ever come up with any one besides the one that was out there that we had that is shared driveway access? Because I wondered what would happen with the one that we have that has a shared driveway, that has an STR with a shared driveway agreement.
It would still be allowed to have its permit.
So they could come back and renew?
This is not a legal non-conforming use. Under this, you would have to do a different change to the ordinance other than what we're trying to do right now. We would
Right.
have to add different language.
So this person who already has one could come back for the renewal just like they normally would. All
They
right,
could.
that was a concern earlier today.
Mhm.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Green? All right, sorry, do we have public comment on this? I'm assuming we do. All right, is there anyone in the, sorry?
Yes, we do need public
I'm
comment.
looking at everybody except you, and you're the one that has the final word.
We didn't make eye contact.
That's all.
Yeah, we should have public.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this ordinance change? Please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. And I do have someone. All right, Monica Strathman. Please
Hi.
go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Monica Strathman. I'm at 13004 Nebraska Court, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay,
And I'm here actually on another matter that's related to this, regarding a proposal to have a short-term rental on Nebraska court. And
Okay,
it
but we're
is-
only going to talk about the ordinance regarding this short-term rental ordinance. That's what we're talking about. We'll get to your case later on.
okay,
That's
but
what you want to talk about.
but I'm here as a representative of the HOA.
Okay,
And so if I understand this correctly, what you're saying is that somebody from the HOA would have to come to one of these meetings in order to express concern about each individual request for a short-term rental?
that's my understanding. We're going to get you an answer to that in just a minute. What other concerns do you have?
Well, that's my main concern with this piece.
Okay, all right, we'll go back to legal counsel and we'll get you an answer. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go back to Ms. Green. Can you address the HOA question?
That is correct. And someone from the HOA would need to come and express their opinion on whether or not they had any concerns with having a short-term rental within the boundaries of their HOA.
Just like any other neighbor would for any other reason.
Correct?
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This time we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff. Do you have a recommendation or legal?
Say, planning staff should be providing a recommendation, and then we'll go to planning commission.
All right.
We don't have any additional comments, but staff does recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on their recommendation for approval? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve ordinance amending short-term rental regulations, including prohibiting special use permits for shared driveways.
I thank you. Motion to approve the ordinance is submitted by legal staff, made by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
No.
Ernst,
Commissioner Ernst?
Working on it. Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-1.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Does this go before the Board of Commissioners? All right, so it'll go before the Board of Commissioners on August 28th at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to COZ 2025-007, Catherine Meyer. Is a change of zone from R1 single family to AG agricultural district for a personal farmstead and timber stand management at 430 North 86th Street in conjunction with MPL 2025-005, a master plan amendment for the low density residential to agricultural within the Plan KCK comprehensive plan at 430 North 86th Street. Does anyone have does anyone on the commission have any context to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Meyer, are you in the audience? Catherine Meyer. All right, she's online. Go ahead, please unmute yourself, give us your name and address, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for having me. My name is Catherine Meyer of 430 North 86th Street. In conjunction with my husband, Grant Meyer, we are fortunate to be bringing forward to you this evening the change of zone request from an R1 single family to the agricultural use. We purchased this property approximately 1 year ago today from a family that had enjoyed it since approximately the late 80s. During that time, they raised a family and had put together a beautiful home, but the remainder of the property remained undeveloped, and over time, the quality of the timber stand has really degraded. We are hoping that with our own family to put some efforts into restoring that timber. It is predominantly invasive property that is not being made the most use of for native habitat and other purposes. And to do so requires certain agricultural improvements that are permitted under an agricultural use, but not an R1 single family district use. We are fortunate to be in a neighborhood with a lot of similar farmsteads to our north and to our east, as well as others south of I-70. So this request is similar to other uses of properties nearby, and we are looking forward to restoring the property to its original agricultural use and improving the quality of not only the land itself, the approximately 8 acres there, but also the home that has had some deferred maintenance over the years. We appreciate your consideration and welcome your questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and go to staff and get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So this is a 7.75 acre site. As you can see from the aerials, it's surrounded primarily by other agriculture and single family residents. So staff recommends approval for both the change of zone and the master plan amendment.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on the recommendation for approval of both items? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion first on the master plan amendment.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve master plan amendment 2025-005, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve master plan amendment 2025-005 made by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And now I'll need one for the change of zone.
Commissioner Ward, I make a motion to approve change of zone 2025-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-007 made by Commissioner Ward and seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
She's raising her hand, so that's an aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. These will both be, yes, these will both be heard on August 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Our next application is COZ 2025-015, Juan Harrigan. It is a change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to R1 Single Family District for a single family residence at 1135 North 134th Street. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Mr. Harrigan, are you in the audience? Need your name and address, please. Tell us what you'd like to do.
My name is Jeff Schutzler. I'm here representing Pastor Harrigan.
Okay.
My address is 7214 West 80th Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66204.
And what are we doing here tonight?
Changing the zoning back to a residential use. It was previously zoned R2. The property records indicate this. The building permit is waiting and approved, dependent upon a change of zoning back to an R1 zoning. So down zoning from commercial to residential use. The desire is to build a single family home.
Okay. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? In favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their recommendation.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. Like the applicant said, this is a residential area, so it's also surrounded by other single-family homes and some duplexes. Staff recommends approval.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve change of zone case number 2025-015, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-015 made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner Easterwood, do you have a question or were you?
Yes,
Up
I
for the
just have a
second.
question. My
Yes.
mouse is not cooperating tonight.
It's all right.
Alyssa, doesn't C1 zoning include residential development? Is it a change of zone actually necessary?
So a change of zone in this case, reverting back to the single family or for R2 would limit any future development. So that would contain it to just the residential uses rather than it being broad in its current zoning designation. Was that the question?
She wanted to know if a change of zone was required since it was a down.
It's not required.
We were advised that a change of zone was required for the issuance of the building permit, so we've been delayed since May.
All right. So I guess it's not required, but that's what they were advised to do and that's what they've done and that's why they're here tonight.
Mr. Chair, if I may shed some light.
Shed some light, please.
According to the zoning map, and maybe this has changed, and maybe this is where the issue is coming from, the property is actually zoned C1 YCO, so it's the previous county zoning. And my suspicion would be, if I don't have that in front of me, but I'm guessing that that does not actually allow for residential uses in the same way that they would like to use them.
All right.
that
So
may
what
be
we're doing is the correct way to get it done. All right. All right. Thank you.
But Commissioner Easter was correct that if it was just regular C1, R1 would be allowed by right.
In this case, everyone is right, Commissioner Easterwood. So thank you. I always like a win-win. Any further questions or clarifications of staff? Seeing none, the recommendation is for approval and I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Did already.
Oh, we already did the motion.
Or did that?
We did?
Yeah.
All right.
We had the
We're under
question.
discussion. That's right. Threw me off. All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? If not, roll call.
Who was the second on there?
Second was
Ernst.
Ernst.
Okay.
Yeah, motion was from Jones, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
All right.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, August 28th for the Board of Commissioners in this room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next application is SP 2025-026. Chris Hain is a special use permit for maintenance of fleet vehicles at 1625 South 45th Street. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose in regards to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Hain, are you in the audience? Name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Hi, I'm Heath Bogart. 1625 South 45th. I'm here on behalf of Chris Hain, MJD Properties and Assisted Transportation Services. And we are here seeking approval of a special use permit to operate light automotive maintenance on fleet vehicles, primarily minivans, full-size vans, and small buses.
Okay. Is that what's currently being done at this location, or is this a new facility?
It's a current facility, but a new addition we're wanting to add on to the building,
Okay.
inside the building that's already existing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, anyone want to speak to the case from the public in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and go to staff and get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So staff recommends approval for this one. There are, I will just add extensive landscaping and screening requirements as part of the approvals.
All right, you're aware of all the requirements, you're in agreements with those?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones? You're muted, Commissioner Jones.
My apologies. Motion to approve special use permit case number 2025-026, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. As motion to approve special use application 2025-026 made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Easterwood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again, August 28th at 7 PM in this room.
All right, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
The next application is SP 2025-036, Yazwanth Melevarapu. It is a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4512 Cambridge Street. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Is the applicant in the room? Yazwanth Milavarapu? All right. Wait a minute, we've got somebody. Here we go. Yes, go ahead, please. You're unmuted. Give us your name and address, please.
Hi, thank you everybody for letting me have the opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Yashwanth Malavarapu. Myself and Kiran Vadiparthi, who is one of my relatives, we have purchased this property up at 4512 Cambridge Street. Our goal is we have family who come in town for both of us and have a property that we can rent out in the times that we don't have family staying or we don't have relatives in town.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Just through this, just went through the WICO city planning like their process, and then we had spoken with the neighbors about concerns they had that they might have about previous tenants and what they would be hoping for as well.
All right, thank you. Kiran, did you want to speak also?
I don't have anything. That's all. I think Ash covered it.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant from the commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Go ahead and come to the microphone, please. Give us your name and address.
My name is Jan Duncan. I own the house directly next door at 4514 Cambridge, and I am opposed to this short-term rental. I have some photographs. Is it possible to?
That's fine. Go ahead.
So these photographs were taken on June 30th. This shows that the grass has not been cut at the property we're discussing for, looks like all year. These houses are extremely close together with the property line literally 24 inches from one house to the next. These small houses have a gravel driveway between them, which is 8 foot wide. These are small 2-bedroom, 1-bath homes all along this block. The street, Cambridge, is 21 feet wide with parking on one side. So when there's cars parked on one side, which there often is, it leaves 12 feet for cars to get down the street. I have two concerns. One, the current owners of the property don't seem to take care of the property and cut the grass and maintain the property. I question whether the property will be maintained and managed on a daily basis going forward, because history shows it hasn't been. Secondly, because these houses are so close together, any noise or disruption, music, celebration, whatever, at all hours of the night are going to disrupt anybody next door, because these houses are so close together. I don't think this is an appropriate location for a short-term rental.
Okay, anything else?
That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak to this case? All right, I'm going to have the applicant come back. Can you address the questions regarding the maintenance and the upkeep of the yard on the property?
Yes. So we had purchased the property at the end of April and done original cleaning. And honestly, during the month of June, I was on a trip in India for a month. Since July, I have been keeping up with weekly lawn care and with trimming and making sure the grass clippings, everything is blown out of the driveway. And I went back on, I'm going every week on Wednesday to make sure maintenance and upkeep is all being done. Myself and Karen, we both have done extensive work on the inside to furnish it and refurbish a lot of different items. And as of right now, the grass is being taken care of like weekly.
Have you
And,
hired, do you have, are you handling it yourself or you have a service? Who handles the?
I handle it myself. There's a shed on property, so we have all the equipment for lawn care and for in-home maintenance stored there, so we can be able to address anything that comes up, especially with trees, all this, to make sure it doesn't disrupt the neighborhood or any of the fences. And to address the other concern in regards to noise and parking, our goal was very clear. And after we had spoken with the neighborhood as well, they let us know about the issue regarding people parking in front of the house, and we intend to mark it out as we stated in our application as well, where street parking is not allowed for anyone who's staying at this rental.
All right, going back to the yard, how long were you gone that the yard got to the way that it was?
I was gone like a month and a half. I left for a wedding in India, and once I came back, I've made sure to keep up with weekly lawn care.
I have to tell you that, and those of my commissioners that are online cannot see these photographs, but this looks like an abandoned property. I mean, I see weeds in front of the front porch that are easily 7, 8 foot tall.
So with all of this, the pictures that were put out originally, our application was from when we originally had purchased it from back in in May, and we had just missed one of the deadlines, so we hadn't updated the pictures. I'm
talking about the ones that were submitted here tonight from your neighbor.
Those since then, there's been extensive change. I'd be happy to provide pictures.
I'm really not asking you about what it looks like today. I'm asking you about your failure to maintain it that brought your neighbor here tonight to talk about a property that, in my opinion, and the ones of the two sitting next to me appear to be an abandoned property with weeds that again are up near the front porch. They're probably anywhere between 6 and 8 foot tall. And I don't believe those weeds could have grown out at that height in 6 weeks.
I'm honestly, I don't know what to say other than we since we had been notified as well by a different neighbor at our town meeting, and that it's going to be a priority for us to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But it wasn't a priority until this evening?
It has been. As soon as we had realized how bad it actually gotten, we did an initial lawn, like we mowed the lawn and cleaned up everything, and then during the meeting, it was actually brought up that a complaint had been submitted about our lawn, so that only just doubled our thought process about it.
I'm just curious, how big is this lot?
This entire lot is 5,600 square feet. It's like 0.1 acres.
Okay, so that's not very big. That's a narrow lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long did it take you to clean this up?
The original with all the big weeds and cleaning out the yard took me about 2 hours. Now with the current care, it takes me about an hour to do the lawn and the trimming.
Okay, thank you. I've got someone else that wants to speak. Beth Pearson. Beth Pearson.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I need you to give your name
Yes.
and address, please.
Beth Cyperson.
All
And
right,
that,
sorry for
no,
mispronouncing.
not a problem. I'm at 4535 Cambridge, diagonally across from this property. I was one of the neighbors that attended the meeting. And I'm calling to comment both on the process and the Planning Commission and the gentleman's responses. It was a couple weeks. It's interesting. I go in and out from my back door. So I was made aware of the front of the property and the condition by a couple that just walked the neighborhood. And it made me go out and I was just shocked. And I immediately sent screenshots to the Planning Commission. And I tried, I think, two or three different emails or email addresses and such. So and this was a couple weeks before I got the letter that, to meet the people and such. And so there was no response from Planning Commission from these emails, making you well aware of the condition of the properties and what the situation was. And I was sharing it on our Spring Valley neighborhood Facebook, learning about another problem home at just like the next street west of Cambridge and such. And in such someone is renting, and she's complained to the police and there's hot tub and parties that far exceed the numbers and so forth. I bring this up because this is very important as far as code enforcement. Now, I will interrupt myself to say the gentlemen were never informed that you all weren't contacting. I had no idea who the people were. I don't know what made them, what was the impetus that they finally did attend to the property. And it's got to have been more than 2 hours. But it was really beyond, but well, they couldn't hire somebody. So but they got a talking to, and they realized, and I'm so glad the 3 other people that were also attended really gave them, some facts. And, if there's some 3 a.m. wake up, you're going to be called to that there's noise in the property. And they were given very good suggestions on visiting nurses or traveling nurses and different people to rent to rather than the constant turnover. I'm very concerned. Our neighborhood is right up against State Line Road. We're 1 block west. And so I've seen what's happened in the West Plaza and the crime, FIFA or FIFA, however you go, the parties, houses renting, for parties. So and as I said, I had learned of another house in this neighborhood. So there is a problem. And there seems not to be enforcement, or at least, as I said, nobody responded back to say, we've received your email and thank you. We will follow up with the owners or what have you. They had cleaned up the house once the meeting took place. Now, maybe it was that knowing that they were going to have a meeting that they cleaned up the land. I don't know, quite honestly, but it's really important. It's one thing to say the right things, and maybe they're going to then do the right things, but the enforcement on your end and follow up and so forth. Again, because this is a quiet residential neighborhood, and it really concerns me the effect of the amount of, I know we've now limited, we can only have 1 STR per block, I believe. And what I thought was not a problem house, I'd learned that the owners had since, there were problems, and he since is renting to a long-term a person and such. So corrections were made. But I'd like to know that the planning commission or zoning or the police, what have you, community police, can respond to problems, or you're going to really degrade our neighborhood, which has really, and when you've increased the property taxes incredibly so, these 2 bedroom, 1 bath to well over $3,000, and I'm in my 70s, so we're really getting hit.
One
and
more minute.
I'm sorry, that, I think I've made my points as far as enforcement, as far as follow-up. And if you could remind us how long, if you approve this, which I'm not particularly against, once we've met with the gentleman, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. But when do they renew again, and what, how that process proceeds? If they get an approval, is it another year? And so forth. If you could just elaborate on that, clarify that, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you. Sarah Oltvelt?
Hi, I'm Sarah Oldvet. I work for the Rosedale Development Association. I live at 757 Osage Avenue, 66105. I just want to make comment that we have had several complaints come into our office about the overgrowth of weeds, 3 to be exact, and I encourage all of them to submit via the app or call 311 to report it. There has been some concern about how this will affect the neighborhood, especially that particular street, which is narrow. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? All right, seeing none. I guess you've already addressed the questions that we had about the yards, so I'll go ahead and let that stand. I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their recommendations.
Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So on staff's review of this particular application, it only showed older code enforcement issues from the previous property owner. So we don't have any current open cases that we're aware of at the time of the staff report. However, we do have restrictions on the number of guests allowed, which is 7, and there can be no on-street parking, so it must be 2 cars off-street. But staff does recommend approval because this is a non-owner occupied. It is for only 1 year.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? So the recommendation is for 1 year, no more than 7 guests and no more than 2 cars off-street parking only, correct? Commissioner Jones?
I have a question of staff. I thought I understood a couple of members of the public who gave testimony say that they had called to complain. Did Planning and Urban not know about that? Are we saying that was recent when they called in?
Alyssa Marcy, Planning. No, so these code enforcements do go to our code enforcement department, which is not in planning. If there is not an active case in the system, we are not aware of it. It's possible that code enforcement hadn't made it out there yet. Again, at the time of the staff report, we didn't find any open current code violations.
But involving you all
Thank you.
from the get-go is actually another step in the wheel. It should go straight to codes. And so the recommendation to the members of the public would be if you have codes enforcement issues on properties to call 311 or call codes enforcement, not planning and zoning, because then that just, it could sit in somebody's email before it goes to, correct? Commissioner Jones, does that provide some sort of clarification?
Yes, thank
Any other questions for staff on their recommendation for 1 year?
Yeah, I have a question.
Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, I can't tell by the pictures. Is their driveway paved or is,
No, it isn't. It is not paved.
is that a condition of approval?
No, I don't think it is. I'll double check though.
I didn't see it on there.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. No, it's not in there.
Should it be?
Yep.
So what would be that recommendation? What would be that additional stipulation if it were to be added? Could catch Commissioner Beth.
To pave the driveway.
To pave the driveway?
Yep.
And that would be either a concrete or asphalt?
Correct.
All right, and that would be to UG standards, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And you guys did post updated pictures on the packet just for clarification. You did update them on to the weeds pictures.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so the recommendation is for approval for 1 year, but an added stipulation that the driveway must be paved from the curb back to the garage, correct? All right, thank you. Commissioner Schwartz has joined us. Commissioner Schwartz, comment?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the time to ask. I had a question about the pictures that the neighbors submitted.
Yes, go ahead.
When were those taken?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm going to ask him just for, he's sitting in the audience. I'm just going to ask him on Claire, when were these photographs taken? June 30th.
And when did the applicant get back from India?
July 8th.
Okay. And did you do any maintenance to the property as far as lawn care before you left, or since you purchased it in April?
Since I purchased it, I had during my trip, I was the only one who's able to do the lawn care in my family, so we hadn't, and yeah, it had just grown in the time we were gone, and for future times, we have a lawn care or a company who mows that we've let them know that we contact in case we are out of town or gone.
Okay, so you're very aware that it's very obvious that the neighbors will have a major issue if you do not take care of your lawn, if you're gone for a long period of time, or
Yes,
any
ma'am.
period. Okay, and you know you're not going to let it happen again.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff or clarifications needed? All right, seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Carson, I see some members of the public with their hand up. You might want to address that.
While the person that I've seen people that are coming back, but they've already had their chance to speak, Commissioner Jones, we've already closed the public portion of the meeting.
I'm with you. I just wanted them to know that once I
Yeah.
see two hands pop up.
And one is the applicant themselves, the second applicant. At this time, I'll stand for a motion.
Oh,
Commissioner Easterwood, did you have something?
yes, I can make the motion for
right.
approval of, sorry,
It'd be special use application 2025-036.
yes. Subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, so your motion is for approval of special use application 2025-036 with the added stipulation that the driveway must be paved to unified government standards from the curb to the garage, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-1.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again, August 28th at 7 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and your testimony tonight.
Okay, and I just wanted to say a reminder that PR 2025-001, Lindsay Gates has been removed from the agenda if you're here for that item.
All right, thank you.
The next application is SP 2025-037, Roderick Simmons Jr. It is a renewal of a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 2614 South 27th Street. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose in regards to this case?
No. Mr. Simmons, are you in the audience? Okay, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please start off with your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do.
Hello, my name is Roderick Simmons Jr. My address is 4845 Horton Street. I'm here for a renewal for a short-term rental at the property at 2614 South 27th Street. It is a 3-bed, 2-bath house. The entire property will be rented out. I will be the manager for the property. I will have some help from my mom. And then I reside about 5 minutes away from the property, so I pretty much handle most of the lawn care, or if there's any issues at the house, I pretty much go over there to take a look at anything. So that's pretty convenient. Since owning the property, we've held 2 neighborhood meetings. We've only had one neighbor actually attend the meetings, give it just to see the updates that we've actually made to the property, which was actually in the last year's meeting. One thing I kind of wanted to bring to attention was, I know in the last meeting in July, there were a couple questions regarding our screening process of guests. So I just kind of wanted to go over a couple of ways we screen our guests. Just since we've had, the Airbnb for about a year now. One thing is we make sure that the guests are booking multiple nights, especially if they have a local area code. We typically ask if there's for their reason of staying. We've had guests before where they'll book one night. We see that they're coming, that they live in Lee Summit. And we've actually had guests before where they won't give us a reason for staying, or they'll say there's a birthday, we're doing a little birthday party or something. So we've had to actually cancel reservations for that. But we've actually had previous guests where they're yeah, we're waiting on our apartment to be ready, and they've stayed a couple of nights even though they have a local area code. So that's kind of one of the ways that we're doing better at screening guests. And then we've also set up an automated message to let guests know right before they actually check in, all the house rules and everything they kind of need to know, along with there being a book inside the house and a sign. One thing that we've kind of looked into doing is creating a rental agreement for each guest that they have to sign before actually being able to check into the property. And then one thing else I wanted to kind of just bring up was, I know in the last meeting I had got asked about running the business, even though that, or running the operations, even though the permit was expired. And I had mentioned we had spoke with someone back in March from the planning committee, but we didn't have the name. We actually ended up speaking with Rose the day after the meeting, so on July 15th. And she said she would speak to someone within the committee and kind of make them aware of their process. They said that, they know that the renewal is a long process, so that is just kind of something that they allow. So yeah.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anybody in the room or online want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward if you're in the chambers. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning. So this is a non-owner occupied STR though, because it's a renewal. The renewal period for this SUP would be for 2 years. The stipulations include a maximum of 7 guests, and all parking must be off-street for up to 3 vehicles. Staff recommends approval.
And that's for 2 years, correct? All right,
Correct.
thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones?
I lost my motion to approve special use permit case number 02025-037, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve special use permit petitions 2025-037 made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Beth. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Commissioner Mary Beth Schwartz. Excuse me, I'm doing it again. Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, I'll try to get this right this time. Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Schwartz. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
I did see that Roderick has his hand raised still. Was that from last time? or
Mr. Simmons, do you have a?
Sorry, I just wait, sorry, am I muted?
No, I can
No, I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just had one question. So I guess I know so in the last meeting they told us to kind of cease operations for like the next 30 days until this meeting. Um and then even with like speaking, I guess with Rose, is that something that we still have to do, I guess, kind of moving forward until the next meeting or
All right, let's get planning staff.
Yeah, until Board of Commissioners.
Yeah,
approve.
you'll need to cease operation until August 28th. for your
okay.
final approval.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, roll call. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on August 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Our next application is SP 2025-039. John Harris is a special use permit for a liquor store at 8663 North 18th Street in conjunction with BOZA 2025-021. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Welcome back. Name and address.
Thomas Steibel, I have office at 509 Armstrong in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm here representing Jan Harris, who is asking for a special use permit to operate a liquor store at 1863 North 18th Street. We've filed or mailed timely notice of letters to the neighborhood for the neighborhood meeting. We posted the signage required on the property and held the neighborhood meeting. Mr. Harris, because of no neighbors attending the meeting, Mr. Harris went door to door to meet with neighbors, and the staff has provided you some evidence that the neighbors would prefer that this business be approved. Essentially, they.
Excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and interrupt you. We've already got your testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals. We'll go ahead and transfer that over. Is there anything else additional that you want to cover other than what you've covered earlier this evening?
No, there's.
In
no
the
need
interest
to
of
do it.
time.
Yeah, I'm all with you on that. There's no need for me to do that.
Okay. I think everybody's in agreement with me, right? Yeah, I'm seeing
Yeah.
lots of heads nodding. Okay.
We ask that you approve the staff recommendation.
All right, let's see if we have any questions. Any questions for this applicant for his special use petition? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning, staff recommends approval. I do want to just note this has been a liquor store previously in the past, so that use is consistent with the property.
All right. And what's the recommended period of time? I'm sorry, it's probably in here.
2 years.
2 years. All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on their recommendation for approval for 2 years? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-039 for 2 years, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve special use application 2025-039, but made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-0.
All right, it'll be heard once again on August 28th at 7 p.m. And I got you through faster than you could have got through Chick-fil-A drive-through. And that's pretty good. Have a blessed day. There you go. Thank you.
Our next application is SP 2025-040, Nushin and Simone Bowman. It is a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4448 Rainbow Boulevard. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Are the Bowmans here? Nushin and Simeon Bowman. Here we go. Okay, I've got you both queued up to speak online. Go ahead and start off with your name and address, please.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Nushin Bowman and my husband is here with me.
Hi there, my name is Simeon Bowman.
And
Thank you.
we're requesting approval for short-term rental for the special use permit at 4448. We purchased the home back in 2022. We actually lived there ourselves for 2 years. And then as of late, we've used it for the past year as a long-term rental that was also registered with Wyandotte County to a couple of physicians. One worked at KU Med, the other at Children's Mercy. And then during that time, with insight from the physicians, and my mom's also a medical professional in the area. She works at St. Luke's on the plaza. We really saw a need for quality short-term housing for physicians, medical staff, patients, and then people visiting their families in the area as well. And even meeting neighbors and talking to people that were staying in longer term rentals that for treatment and how difficult it was to even find a place to live. So that's how we kind of came up with the idea of doing a short term rental. So our property is obviously zoned single family currently, and it's right along Rainbow Boulevard on that main street. As of recent, our home has passed all inspections. We have a Kansas lodging license for short-term rentals. We meet all the safety requirements. The house will be professionally cleaned. We have maintained the property with professional lawn care to date, and will continue to do so, along with HVAC and plumbing services. And then we'll also have general maintenance providers. We had a neighborhood meeting that was held, and there was just one neighbor in attendance and no objections received during the meeting. And then we personally will manage the property with local contacts, my parents specifically, and they can be on site as fast or under 30 minutes. All guests will also be pre-screened through Airbnb's background checks and IDs. We're not going to allow instant bookings. We want to make sure that we can reach out to the guests and screen them so that they can meet our criteria. We have strict no partying rules, a minimum of a 2-night stay, designated quiet hours, and then a max of 6 guests. And then parking will be on the driveway and limited to 3 vehicles only, never on the street. Obviously, it's a main road, so it's not even possible. And then we are also committed to being really good neighbors and following all the city conditions, maintaining the house and maintaining the area for safety, quiet, and the character of the area. And I wanted to say, I appreciate Osiris and Rose for working with us throughout the process. And we respect your time, and thank you for your approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? I just have one. I think you implied it, but I don't think I got your address when you gave me your name.
Sure, 4448 Rainbow Boulevard. And it's a 3-bed, 3-bath house.
I'm sorry, your personal address. Are you local or not?
No, my husband and I are not local. We are at 458 Winnetka Avenue in Winnetka, Illinois.
All right, thank you. But you do have on-site management or people that are going to look after the property
Yes.
on-site here locally?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions for this applicant? Seeing none, anybody in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and go to staff and get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So this is a non-owner occupied short-term rental. So the SUP would be for 1 year. The maximum number of guests is 7. All parking must be off-street for no more than 3 vehicles. Staff does recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Commissioner Jones?
To approve special use permit case number 2025 subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve special use application 2025-040 made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Easterwood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again on August 28th before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m.
Okay, our next application is SP 2025-043, Domenico Venezia with Reworld Solutions LLC is a special use permit for the processing and recycling of industrial waste material. at 808 South 14th Street. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. All right. Thank you. Want to start off with your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Joe McLaughlin with BHC, 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas.
And tell us what you'd like to do.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of my client, ReWorld, in support of their application for a special use permit for the property located at 808 South 14th Street, also known as 1413 Osage Avenue, here in Kansas City, Kansas, 66105. ReWorld is proposing to operate a facility at this location that will process and recycle waste materials in a safe and controlled manner. As part of the application process, the applicant has fulfilled the neighborhood meeting requirement, and notices were distributed to property owners within 200 feet of the site. The distribution list for these notices was provided by the city. Additionally, the applicant has reviewed and addressed all stipulations presented by city staff, and we appreciate the thoroughness and collaboration from the planning department throughout. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to ReWorld, who will present a overview of the proposed operations at the site.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is John Scott. I serve as the Director of Government Relations. Also is my colleague, Dominic Venencia, who also serves as the Director of Environmental Health and Safety. Dom and I have both spent many years working for ReWorld. We actually used to work in our facilities. So we have real working knowledge of how our facilities operate. It is a pleasure to be in front of you. We've had many talks with other stakeholders here in this wonderful county about our operations, what we do, and ultimately what we hope to bring here to Kansas City, Kansas. And so we look forward to sharing that with you guys here. So why Kansas City, Kansas? Again, based on our stakeholder meetings, we were able to kind of tell the story of what we do. So we're going to be able to provide sustainable solutions for the industrial and commercial customers throughout the greater Kansas City area. The site that was discussed meets critical development requirements, size, layout, and location, and it has a good proximity to a lot of our offtake partners for some of the things that we're going to be doing at the facility and sustainable services.
So commissioners, again, thank you for having us. One of the things that I'd like to touch on specifically with this slide is around the misconceptions that are out in the community today around this project. There's been a lot of misinformation that has been put out via multiple channels, social media, you name it, around what this site is actually going to be at 1413 Osage Avenue. So if you look at the left side, we do have facilities in our fleet that we consider thermal-mechanical treatment facilities. Those are facilities that combust waste materials. That is absolutely not what we're proposing at this 1413 Osage Avenue location. Some of the other misconceptions and false information that's been put out there is that, again, this would be a combustion site. That is not true. That we would be handling hazardous materials. That is absolutely not true. And that we would be polluting the air in and around that Armourdale community, and that is absolutely not true. So the right side of this slide is exactly what we plan to do, right? It's a material processing facility. We process industrial and commercial materials and waste streams from a variety of clients throughout the area. Processing could include shredding of material, using heavy equipment such as excavators and forklifts and whatnot to process this material for removal off-site. So 100% of the material that comes into this site will be removed and shipped off for either further processing or ultimately end disposal at one of our other locations that are outside of this area. There will absolutely be no combustion or energy generation at this site. And more importantly, there will not be any activities occurring outside. Everything will be held inside. So this slide here is just an overview of the asset itself. So one of the things I'll say here is really quickly that we spent a lot of time scouring this entire area for a site that would make sense for our operation, right? We used a lot of internal resources, but we also used external resources. Cushman & Wakefield is our realty partner that's helped us find this location that would make sense for us. So when we're looking at locations, size is important. Ceiling heights are important. Zoning is critical as well. This site is zoned heavy industrial. It does fall within kind of that heavy industrial realm. There's a lot of businesses in this area as well that we could probably utilize. The blue area there is the area that will be leased by us to run this operation. We are super excited that we were able to find this location. Super excited, like John mentioned, to work with the community, the county, economic development for this project. But then there's a lot of benefits that are going to come from this as well that I think John can touch on next.
All right, so from a benefit standpoint, we are going to have at least 25 new jobs at the site. The estimated average annual base compensation is $55,000. We're going to have a lot of opportunities for technical and non-technical roles at the plant. Comprehensive benefits packages, engagement of local contractors. And that's something we really would love to partner with, your economic development team and others here within the unified government to find those contractors that are in need of work and are looking forward to a facility like ours opening. And that's what we've had success with in other host communities as well. And then revitalization and upgrades to a currently vacant building. We're going to be putting around $8.4 million of CapEx into the building in order to get it up to our standards of operation. And then obviously ongoing contributions to local and state tax revenues as well.
So what do our focused service lines look like, and what are we going to be actually doing at this site? I think it's important to mention. So these are our 5 service lines. The 3 service offerings to the left that are kind of squared off are going to be the ones that are going to be our main focal point at 1413 Osage Avenue. So starting from the left, and I'll move to the right. So Redirect 360 is our zero waste to landfill service offering. So again, coming from a sustainability management company, zero waste to landfill is a big part of what we do. It's part of our business. It's part of the model that we sell to clients in the area that want to drive their sustainability programs and move up the waste hierarchy. Then you have Rekiln Fuels, which, to me is actually an incredible service line. It takes what you would consider recyclable materials that don't have that normal recyclable life, and it's being reimagined at our location. So we're taking that material, we're processing it, and we're creating a fuel that cement kilns can use in lieu of fossil fuels that they would be using today. So that's a big win from a sustainability perspective. And then you have Redrop, which is our industrial water treatment program. So what that means is it's industrial waters that are coming in, they're being pre-treated through our process, and then discharged to the local, I call it POTW, but the local BPU that would then further process it and then discharge it, to where they discharge. So next slide. So what are the type of materials that we're going to be accepting at this location? This came up in our neighborhood meeting. I know it's a hot topic of conversation, but I think what I want to start off with is what is not acceptable. I think this is important to make note of. We are not accepting any municipal solid waste. I think that's important because, we're not accepting waste streams that could decompose, that can cause vector issues, so on and so forth. Absolutely not something that we take here at this facility. Also, we're not accepting materials and waste streams from the curb. So individuals can't just come to our facility and drop off whatever they like. It's not in our business model. Industrial and commercial materials only. We are not accepting EPA hazardous wastes. I think that's important. We're not accepting state of Kansas hazardous waste. We are not accepting medical and biohazardous waste. We are not accepting radioactive wastes. And more importantly, we're not accepting materials at this location that would cause harm to the individuals that are working inside the facility, but more importantly to the community that we're going to be embedded in for many years, right? Because the community means a lot to us. So what is acceptable? That list is there on the left side. You're looking at recyclable, source separated materials that don't have that normal recyclable life, consumer commodities that could range from shampoos, soaps, lotions, you name it. And then you have kind of several others that kind of fit high-level categories of what some of those waste streams and materials would be. that would be processed at our facility and then shipped off for reuse. So one of the questions that I think, I would ask if I was in the community, how can you ensure that you're not going to accept hazardous waste? How can you ensure that you're not going to accept radioactive waste? And the answer is very simple. We have a very robust profiling process. That process starts at the generator's location. That generator has to provide information about how that material and waste stream is generated. I think that's important before it even gets considered for approval and then acceptance at our location, which then has to be scheduled to actually come into our location. So we know exactly what's coming in, when it's coming in, and how it's coming in. But then more importantly, we do have a QA/QC program up front so that when material does enter the site, we're checking to ensure that it checks all the boxes that were provided to us up front. So I think that's super important to make note of as well. And again, the whole point is ensuring the health, well-being of not just our employees, but also the community. So this is what a potential layout for this site actually looks like. I'm not really going to get into the details here, but what I will say is this. We have these type of facilities all across the country. I would say right now we have about 20 plus of these facilities across the country. We spend a lot of time on the design and implementation of these facilities. Like John mentioned, the capital investment that we're putting into this building, I think is important as well. And honestly, this is not our first rodeo. This is something that we do. We're experts in the field. And I think that's important to make note of. Another topic, and I think this is probably my final topic before I pass it back to John here briefly, but traffic came up in the neighborhood meetings as well. So I did mention that this site is zoned heavy industrial. What that means is this site is already set up for truck traffic that's already generated within this community. There are a multitude of businesses, big and small, that are right in the immediate area of where we're proposing this site. The primary route, as you can see here, would be right down Route 69, exiting at Kansas Avenue, turning right on 14th Street, and then into the property at Osage Avenue. Now, that is our primary route. We've also opened up communication with some of these other companies as well to see what routes they're using, right? We want to make sure that the routes that we're using are not impacting the community. That's why we're opening up lines of communication with other various businesses. What routes are they using? What are the pros and cons? And ultimately working with BHC as well to kind of develop what our primary pattern might look like. The next slide shows our secondary route because we know that there is construction going on 69. So we're taking that into consideration as well. And our understanding is that that construction is not going to be completed until 2027. So we have to take a secondary route into consideration as well, again, with a minimal impact to the community, which I think is important. And then John, I'm going to close out here.
Yeah, so our commitments to you all as a commission, but also to the other stakeholders here in the community, is a safe and compliant operation, two-way communication, which has already been exercised by us proactively going out into the community and trying to have the tough conversations, meeting people where they're at, and then becoming an employment partner of choice is something that we really want to do here for you guys as well. So I guess questions, anything?
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? I'll start off with a couple. So where does this material come from? What type of companies do you work with?
Well, we work with a wide variety of companies. I mean, you could be big, small, Procter & Gamble, Walmart. I mean, you name all kind of the high level companies that have embedded sustainability programs within their outfits. They come to us for solutions, and that's what we're here to provide.
Okay. And when you say generators, is that what you mean? Are you talking about those companies that are the generators?
Those companies that are generating the waste and the materials, correct.
Okay. And when you talk about rekiln fuels, what type of fuels are those?
So they're not your standard, we're not talking gasoline and diesel, right? We're talking a fuel that is used in lieu of coal in a cement kiln. So I'll kind of explain it like this. Our process sizes material, brings in certain BTU specification materials, has to meet certain criteria for the cement kilns to be able to accept it, but it's really kind of almost like confetti. That's really what it looks like when it's created.
Okay.
And then that's shipped off and then sent to these kilns for use.
But you said it looks like confetti?
That's absolutely right. correct.
Okay. And then,
I actually have some in my bag if somebody wants to look at what.
no, it's like glitter. Once you get it out, everybody's got glitter.
Okay,
Um,
you pass it around.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay.
Do you ever have items show up that are rejected? I mean, I know you said that
Absolutely.
you know what's coming in, but do they ever show up with something, everybody's always got to push the button
Well,
and show up with something that wasn't supposed to be there.
Absolutely. The world's not perfect, right? That's what I would say. And that's where, our standard operating procedures and how we handle that come into play. So yes, can they come in? Absolutely. But we do have the programs in place to ensure that they don't get processed and that they're handled accordingly.
So that it's turned around and,
Absolutely. It's either turned around, sent back to the generator, or we're in communication with the generator to determine where can it go to be able to handle that. Yep. Because there are customers. So we want to make them happy, of course.
all right, I think that's all I have. Anyone else have questions for the applicant before we go to the public? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor? Please come forward. Anyone in favor? Yes, Mr. Kendall.
Good evening, Chairman Carson, Commissioners, and UG staff. I'm Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council. I'm here in support of the Reworld Solutions request for a special use permit, supported by planning staff for 2 years. Reworld is proposing to operate a material processing facility in an existing building zoned heavy industrial at 808 South 14th Street. This project is fully aligned with the zoning intent and will operate entirely indoors. Some of you may recall that this building many years ago was operated as structural steel from 1907 to 1984. And then prior to that, it was operated as a smelter for silver and lead. And that those are the kinds of uses this building, I've always known it as 1413 Osage. So calling 808 is a bit unique for me because I'm so used to it being a heavy industrial building at 1413. And it's built like a tank. So in some places, this building has got 14 to 18 inches of concrete. When they poured it, they just kept pouring. So it has been an industrial building from the get-go in an industrial area. Today, it's a far cry. What Reworld is proposing is to specialize in non-hazardous sustainable material solutions. As they noted, there's not going to be any hazardous waste handled. We've asked that question of them many times, and we've identified currently no foreseeable environmental concerns. In fact, it actually supports regional environmental efforts, including redirecting reusable materials from landfills and converting non-recyclables into clean burning fuel alternatives, which they kind of explained to you. Importantly, truck traffic will not enter residential areas. This is another thing that we have covered with them in multiple different conversations. All logistics are routed through the same existing industrial corridors that other truck traffic uses today in that same area. This facility will bring some local jobs. It supports that green innovation and contributes to the city's economic development goals, all while maintaining full regulatory compliance and open communication with city staff and the community. We appreciate that Reworld engaged local elected officials, our organization, Armadale Renewal Association, and UG administration early in the process and the discussion. So we respectfully ask that you would support this approval, this special use permit, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Scott Wagner. I serve as Executive Director of Bridging the Gap, an environmental organization located at 1427 East 9th Street, Suite 201 in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here tonight in support of the project for a couple of reasons. And for a little context, I also serve a role in Clay County, Missouri, which has allowed me to participate in some meetings of the Mid-America Regional Council. And it's the information that comes from that brings me here to you this evening. Namely, and it was alluded to just a moment ago, the amount that is going to area landfills is unsustainable. The closest landfill to you is located in Shawnee, Kansas. And if Mayor Mickey Sandifer was standing next to me, he would tell you within the next 20 years, it will be completely full. He would probably also tell you that landfills and finding locations for landfills is, how shall we say, a little bit difficult. And if you followed some of the news in Kansas City, Missouri, a year and a half ago, that would probably illustrate that reason. So any sort of alternative that can come forward to bring or to push away material going to the landfill only allows more time for those landfills to work. And that is what is being offered to you today by ReWorld. One other thing that I will mention to you in the question, Mr. Chairman, that you asked about related to the fuel. What some folks may not know is that fuel is already being used in this region. Systech Environmental, located in Sugar Creek, has a cement kiln, and what they use is precisely the fuel that was described to you just a few moments ago. And by using that fuel, that organization does not have to use coal, which again provides a secondary environmental benefit. I'll finally just sum up because I know the hour is late. And simply, when we talked about sustainability and environments, we talked about how can we separate the aluminum from the plastic and everything else. Today, you see a new kind of environmentalism taking forward, a new kind of sustainability, which this project represents, and I ask for you to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Anyone else want to speak in favor? Yes, sir.
I'm Brandon McNeely. I'm Vice President of the Armadillo Renewal Association. I'm also work for MTS Trucking at 51 Osage Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. With ARA, we want to hear both sides, obviously, but as a business operator, we're in support of what they're doing, and everything being contained, I feel, is a good thing and we have asked questions about traffic. We've asked about how they're going to contain it, like they're going to put a berm around the building. So we feel that they're doing the right things to keep it safe.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Palmer, yes.
Neil Palmer, Kansas City, Kansas. Interesting proposal here. So if I get this right, a new developer is coming to town with a well-established track record of doing this elsewhere in the country. They selected a site where the current master plan and the current area plan support this use. There's no change of zoning required. The building's vacant. Good jobs are going to result. The site is surrounded by other similar operations of like kind and quality. It supports good stewardship of our environment. What a novel idea for Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. They did all their homework. I'm sure there are going to be neighbors here who have reasonable and proper objections to this. First observation is these people will listen to those and accommodate that and work in harmony. I wholeheartedly support favorable approval of this application. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to speak in favor? Sorry about that. Thank you. Go ahead. Your name and address, please.
Hi, yes, Erica Covey, 6465 North Nevada, KC I'm here representing ownership tonight. I'm going to just start by saying that ownership, we are a commercial real estate professionally owned and managed company with a little bit over 6 million square feet across the country. We've personally owned this asset since 2003. I think I want to note too that we have a local property management company here, so we can easily access the property with routine site visits. We've got the ability to deploy capital if need be for improvements throughout the property. We're actively involved. We have open communication with tenants, and we're really big on adhering to lease language. So tenants, we also enforce rules and regulations as well. A little bit of how we came to having ReWorld as a tenant at our site. As far as the due diligence process, ReWorld visited our site at the beginning of June in 24. I think as they mentioned, they looked at 3 different sites throughout the Kansas City metro, but they finally landed on making us as landlord their site based on the excellent condition and the operating environment. Our broker that represents us as the landlord personally went to Tulsa to one of their operations that is similar to what is being operated here in Kansas City. And what they noticed on site was that there was minimal truck traffic in and out of the plant. There was no outside operations. The interior was clean, well kept, free of no trash or debris. So again, proposed site at 1413 would be relevant of what we set our eyes on and witnessed. We reviewed financials, et cetera. So after kind of our extensive review, we were able to come to an LOI that took place in September of 24. So after we negotiated all of that, we entered into a lease where we were able to secure a 15-year long-term commitment. So obviously re-rolled that bodes well to them. They're looking to be in Kansas City. 15 years is a long-term in commercial real estate. I think another thing just to mention is that re-rolled, the private equity group, they're really focused on sustainable infrastructure and circular economy solutions. They're investing heavily in waste to energy capabilities within communities. They want to be active in community engagement and the workforce diversity. And I think, bringing jobs again is another big bonus. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the chambers before I go online? All right, I'm going to go to Sarah Altveld.
Hi, Sarah Oltvet, resident of Armourdale at 757 Osage Avenue, apartment 2, 66105. I'm a resident of Armourdale, and I appreciate Reworld's extensive conversations with the community and their engagement and their ongoing conversations with Armourdale Renewal Association and their intention to be good stewards of our neighborhood, both community and of our community, both residential and industrial. This project will bring jobs to our community and also alleviate some of the burden of the landfills in our area. I support the approval of Reworld's bringing it to Armourdale, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else online that would like to speak? Okay, we'll go. Anyone want to speak against the project? Anyone? Okay, go ahead and come up. Go ahead and matter of fact, you can just come up to the front row and just kind of line up and we'll take you one by one. If you would, please just start off with your name and address. I'm sorry, we have one more letter to read into the record. So if you'll just give me 1 second, go ahead, Rose, and you can read.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'll
Should be just
read
one moment.
this letter really quick. This is from Blake Wilhite, Premier Investments. Please accept this letter on behalf of Prime Investments, headquartered at 801 Armourdale Parkway at Kansas City, Kansas 66105, in support of the special use permit being requested by Reworld Solutions. Our family-owned company has been invested in the Armourdale area for almost 45 years. Today, we have a 3 million square feet industrial space in Armourdale, representing nearly 40 different companies and their employees. We support the use of this building at 1413 Osage Avenue as proposed by Reworld Solutions. That building was built and zoned many years ago for this kind of use. We encourage more investment in Kansas City, Kansas, and in Armourdale specifically. Based on what we know about the use, we feel it is appropriate and encourage the Planning Commission to approve this request.
All right, thank you. Okay, yes, ma'am. Hi there, how are you? Name and address, please.
My name is Carmen Orapeza. I live at 720 South Pile Street in Kansas City, Kansas, in Armourdale. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. One of the things that come to my mind first before I start with what I have is written, prepared, and I intend to read it, is the one thing that I have to make you or remind you of, not make you aware of, is that those of us that were originally from the east end of Armourdale, that's all the property that's east of 7th Street, were sacrificed for trucking firms. Those trucking firms bought the land that our homes lived on, were on and we lived on. I still live in Armourdale, right over 7th Street on the other side. And the reason that trucking firms were given and sold by our city to the trucking firms was because Osage and Kansas Avenue were wider on the east end, because that was the original founding town of Armourdale. But probably about 200 years ago, we were a township, we were then a town, then we were our own city, and then we became Kansas City, Kansas. It really upset, I'm sorry, but I was so calm before that gentleman just reminded me about why our East End was given to trucking firms and sold to trucking firms by our city, was because the trucks cannot travel easily and go through the west side. So now I will now prepare and read you my statement. Thank you once again. 30 additional trucks driving through Armadale each day will be extremely dangerous. And now I realize I should have specified the west side of Armadale. School is scheduled to begin this week, August the 13th, 2025. And with that in mind, here are reasons why I feel an additional 30 industrial semi-trucks driving on Kansas Avenue and Osage would be dangerous. The residents and industries of Armadale have lived comfortably together since the founding of Armadale. As you can see from those maps, industry has always, whether it was livestock and the cattle bins, the packing houses, the railroad, all of that has shared property in Armadale since day one. But we are against the special use permit for the company of Reworld Cavada because of serious environmental reasons and because it's a huge safety danger. You cannot get in or out of Armadale without crossing a bridge. We have Kansas River on 3 sides of us and the railroad on all 4 sides of us. We have 9 bridges and 3 are closed for at least 2 more years. In addition, as of this morning, 7th Street Trafficway Bridge going north and coming south into Armadale is closed. So as of today, almost half of our bridges are closed. Even when they're open, they are designed for travel between neighborhoods, not industrial semi-trucks. Truck traffic. Armadale has approximately 900 households. The neighborhood has 3 major residential sections: north of Kansas Avenue to Osage Avenue, and in the center and the south of Osage area. Within the center section, Kansas Avenue to Osage Avenue is the only school located in Armadale any longer. We had 3. John Fisk Elementary has 300 students that live within the boundaries of Armadale. By Kansas state law, any student living within 0.8 of a mile from their school is not provided bus transportation to and from school. Therefore, except for the 12 kids that live at the east edge of Armadale residential area, the remaining 288 students are expected to walk to school. Almost half of the households of Armadale live south of Osage Avenue and north of Kansas Avenue, leaving the students to cross the 2 busiest business streets in order to get to school. Students that live south of Osage Avenue must cross Osage Avenue with no crossing guards, no push-button crossing lights, no stop lights, and only one large 5-way stop intersection that has painted crosswalk lines on the asphalt, which is very dangerous because the lines actually go catty corner. So you have to get across the 5-lane opening to get to the other side of the street. The students that live north of Kansas Avenue do have some push-button crossing lights, but no crossing guards and very few crosswalk lines to help them maneuver through the constant traffic.
Sorry, 1 more minute.
Oh no, Osage Avenue and Kansas Avenue always have cars parked on both sides of the streets, and it's very dangerous. And those of you that are going to be voting on this can go ahead and read the remainder. But the other thing I want to especially remind the commission is that Mayor Reardon, Jack Reardon, made us our long-range forever plan in 1979, which we have lived by all these years, knowing that we were safely safe in the middle of Armadale. Because it was about that same time that the land was taken for the trucks and the firms and the companies to be on the far end. Just because a company is asking Jack Reardon, and the new plan that was just written up 4 years ago, it specifically says the Armadale Area New Master Plan is a comprehensive strategy to revitalize the Armadale neighborhood in Kansas City, Kansas. The plan is grounded in extensive community engagement and historical research, ensuring that the reliability efforts are tailored to the needs and desires of Armadale residents. primary goal is to protect the existing residential area. You need to protect us from this because you have that opportunity to vote against this company coming in with those trucks traveling around. And you can see from the pictures how they crush the curb, and that's the curb that they're going to be going around every time they're turning from Kansas Avenue to 14th Street. And just because a company is asking for a special permit doesn't mean you have to approve it, because for many good reasons, you have this opportunity to deny this permit and to go ahead and leave Armadale the way that Mayor Reardon intended it to be, and not to be allowing these extra trucks to come in and out of the West End. Thank you. And there is much more I had to say, but I will have to save it for another day.
All right, thank you very much, and I appreciate the history lesson about Armourdale. But with all those bridges closed, we might need to get you a couple of ferry boats or something.
That would be kind of nice.
Helicopters, okay, there we go. Anyone else?
Members that aren't here, will they have one? Yes, please.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Your name and address, please.
Carlos Ramos. I live in 16 and Pacific, Kansas City, Kansas. And as you guys heard, a long-time resident of Armadale, we basically, that community does not want this company here in our community. It's plain and simple. Business, and as you can see, whoever is in favor.
Go ahead and talk to me.
Yeah, whoever is in favor is only business people. And what happens? They think about themselves. They just want to get more money. First guy, from the company. Second guy from Clay County. They can take this company to their county if they want to. That's fine with me. You cannot come and tell our community that they want this company here when they don't want it over there. It's plain and simple. The third guy, another business guy, he's trying to get a contract with this new Reward or Covanta, that will be the real name. He's trying to get a contract for his trucks. So again, somebody thinking about themselves, they don't care about the community. They're thinking about money, my benefit. I don't care about the community. The fourth guy, I don't know who he is, but he mentioned
this way.
He mentioned this company with a good record. That's not true. Also another lie. We had just people coming and lying here. This company has a very bad history on wherever they go. They got real bad history, infractions all over the place. So, and again, he may not even live here. The person who called, from the community, ARA, is another person who is looking for their own benefits. And again, the last meeting, the guy from the company, the main guy, because I told him the same, we don't want this company, somebody to come and dump industrial waste in our community. He said, well, that's your opinion. Well, it's not my opinion. I just went through door to door with the neighborhood. Out of 20 guys, 2 say no, because they were not involved in that kind of stuff. Just 2 out of 20 something we have right here. And again, it's only 1 or 2 blocks of the community. If I keep going, I'm going to get a lot more signatures, saying we don't want this company here. It's plain and simple. So whoever is going to vote about this, it's plain and simple. That community does not want this company here. It has a bad record. We don't want it there. We had enough chemical plants and companies all over the place here. One more, especially, waste, industrial waste, we just don't want it. So you guys need to basically listen to the community if you live there, The person from the community also, I found out, who was supporting this new company here, she does not live in Armadale. So, if you don't live here, you shouldn't even talk. It's plain and simple.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You bet, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Yeah, anybody that wants to speak, why don't you come sit up here in the front row? That way I'll know who's going to speak.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
My name is Rebecca Brown. I live over in Turner at 3816 Matinee Avenue. And so downwind from Armourdale. The development application process was not followed. In the United Government, it states that applicants must provide a detailed explanation of the project. Presentation shall include the following items. 1, detailed description of the project, including renderings, plans, photos, etc. 2, detailed description of the parties involved with their project and their roles in the project. Details of how the project will operate, hours of operation, type of business, etc. The applicant shall allow the public to ask questions or express any potential concerns regarding the proposed project. An applicant shall answer all of the questions or concerns to the best of their ability. Instead, ReWorld chose not to provide additional information when requested. The community followed up with a community engagement person who never responded to the requests of the community. The United Government Ordinance also states that the neighborhood meetings must be as close as possible to the proposed site, and clearly states after 4 p.m., which is after a lot of people get off work. The meeting occurred at 2 p.m. without translation or interpretation services. The United Government Ordinance clearly states the neighborhood meeting should take place as close as possible, not 3.9 miles away, not to exceed 3 miles away from the site. We must take into account the lack of transparency and accountability of the Covanta Real World special use permit, who have ignored community requests for important information. Applications for permits must contain information in how their operation will impact a neighborhood. It was purview to this information 1 business day before the hearing. We are requesting the following. Following information needs to be made available in Spanish and English with multiple sessions for each topic. Public health impact assessment, truck and transportation danger to human health and feasibility study, and a flood study. Because as things flood, chemicals will seep into the ground, as I'm sure you know. I am a health professional. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I know that industry negatively impacts the health of those residents that are surrounding it. I myself am a cancer survivor, and I'm not that far away from where Harcos is. And I know that's a different company, but I just have a really hard time believing that there's not going to be an environmental impact from this company. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Melissa Orpeza and PO Box 6014, Kansas City, Kansas 66106. And I'm here in opposition of Covanta / ReWorld. I'm thankful to the previous speaker. She took some of my talking points as well. I also wanted to point out that all the residents received notice that were within 200 feet. I'm hoping additional people will stand up here and say that as well. KDHE was mentioned in the community meeting in which I attended. They were contacted for permitting process only, no questions on environmental impact for our Wyandotte County community. It was also mentioned that they spoke with KCPTOW, which is a KCMO company / organization that has nothing to do with BPU. And I did get a statement from BPU that they were not contacted or addressed in any ways because there was additional information in regards to use of power that would be needed for this rural Covanta operation. And I'll give that over to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
And I can email it as well if need be, depending on what happens here today. And as I attended that community meeting, when community members were trying to clarify KCPOTW, they were met with unprofessionalism. It's not our part to explain how Wyandotte County works. They should come in and already know that BPU is a separate organization and that's our municipality here in Wyandotte County. So unfortunately, they were met with unprofessionalism. I just wanted to make sure that was pointed out as well, because unfortunately, community members I feel are very silenced in their words and feel like they are on unsteady ground when they want to come up and speak. So I want to do that for them. There was also industrial wastewater treatment that was on page 16, item 2, and what Wyandotte County doesn't have an emergency response system. That was included on the big packet that you guys have. That's what I was referring to. So we don't have an emergency response system. What if something happens? Well, this is transporting for the neighborhood, for the kids, et cetera, was my point with that. Water is a fragile resource in the state of Kansas. As you know, our state is already spending $50 million on a water task force at the state level. And so I want to make sure that we are always doing what is necessarily, even at the local level, that we're not putting our fragile resources at greater danger in the future. Sorry, I got a little off on my talking points here.
Right.
I looked to the experts in the environmental health, which you'll be hearing from Rise for Justice, and avoiding future impacts on our next generation of residents, especially that we want our next generation to live in Wyandotte County. But how can we ask them to do that and endure a company that has such a horrible environmental health record with having fines at 12 different other states? I really prefer Kansas not be number 13. They just don't have a good track record in everything that we've seen. So once the horse is out of the gate, unfortunately, there's no putting it back. And we want to make sure that we have a good neighbor here in Armadale. And this, I just don't feel like is the appropriate neighbor for us to have at this time. In closing, I wanted to let everybody know Wyandotte County is 104 out of 105 in the health of the state of Kansas. We are at the dead last, and we have been on declining for the last 5 years. Please do not put us even further down. There's many reasons that we're on dead last in regards to health, but in saying that, at the state level, there were 7,500 residents in Wyco that needed Medicaid, but unfortunately, because Medicaid was not expanded, they were not given that. So who knows what that distribution looks like here in Armadale. And so what I've read recently is sometimes people are swayed with their with how things are done by donations that are made to community partners and et cetera. Please do not sell out our community for pennies on the dollar. We need to make sure that we bring our kids back. We want to make sure our kids are healthy while they're here and in school. We also have a daycare in Wyandotte County. That's a little preschool off to the side that's nobody's mentioned as well. But those kids don't walk. They're dropped off routinely. But we want to make sure that our kids are also safe and they're not exposed to undue hazards. So I personally hope that you'll vote this down. In addition to that, I wanted to make sure that I also sent out some information or gave you information in regards to the Sierra Club that are opposed to this as well. They stand with Rise for Justice, as well as was a recent city council hearing in Missouri that had complaints about a waste management facility they have over in Missouri where there's a noise pollution. So I wanted to make sure that was pointed out to you as well. And this was all of January 2025. And I have the statement from the Sierra Club as well for you to look at that. And that is in the state of Kansas.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Beto Martinez. I also lead an organization, a public health center organization. And so my comments today are, we are in opposition to Covanta's WeWorld special use permit, which was submitted by BHC. Covanta has a track record of undermining community, public health, and workers' health and safety. They are also applying through this as an LLC, and meaning that they don't want any liability, right? As someone earlier, a business person mentioned the 15-year commitment, but in their initial informational hearing, they were talking, well, potentially be around for 2 to 5 unless, things don't progress in a different way, right? And what I mean by that is that there are other requirements for this facility to operate, not just the unified government, where you all have a responsibility, a due diligence to ensure that they follow all protocols, right, of their operation systems and their chemical recycling facility. Armadale is vulnerable to repeated flooding events, as you may know, as you may have seen in the last several weeks and months, that Armadale is always hit hard. The flood zone is shared with residents, but also now with this proposed chemical facility, it will be shared with WeWorld. Covanta is the name of this facility, and I want to emphasize that because when we mentioned Covanta to hear and learn more about their practices, they immediately said, you know what, watch this video, watch this YouTube video instead. And so these things don't allow for community engagement, participation, right, and getting the right information. I'm going to continue with my comments. Armourdale's infrastructure and public resources are being increasingly, as you know, have been neglected or converted to serve other purposes. Existing resources like the storm sewer system have deteriorated, and investments in the levee system have done nothing to protect the day-to-day lives of residents. In 2021, I served as a steering committee member during the Armourdale Strong General Plan, alongside Commissioner Burrows and the planning department and a lot of other organizations. And we all agreed that the community of Armourdale needed to be protected and not allow additional heavy chemical and industrial operations. It's important to note that there's a lot of history in this room, right? But the general plan was in 2021. One had not been done since 1979. And in the 1979 master plan, explicitly, as Ms. Oropeza mentioned, read no more industry. The 2021 Armourdale General Plan was voted by commission on October 21 or the 29th, one of those 2 days, I can't remember right now. That's when it was voted. ReWorld has not been transparent in this process. We requested information about the technologies and processes they will implement. The special use permit and neighborhood response. A neighborhood meeting is required for certain development applications as identified in table 27-196A and indicated in the individual application type sections as specified herein. When optional, applicants are encouraged by the unified government to meet with property owners who will be affected by the proposed development, knowing the historical track record and violations that Covanta ReWorld has posed on a lot of other communities. They should have taken a step further and looked beyond the 200 feet, because they are given that option through the unified government to look at within 200 feet, but they also have the option to go further, 500 feet. Instead, who did that? The community, the neighbors were door knocking on public health impacts and the safety of our communities. We were the ones out there doing door to door in 100-degree weather at 10 o'clock p.m., right, sweating, because there's no other person in this group here back behind us that would go do this kind of outreach, right? But we know the importance of our community. We know that the health is the most important piece, and also protecting our children and their education. I'm gonna skip a little bit more about the meeting here. So another thing that wasn't followed in this application process, the unified government was supposed to, I think, Oropeza already covered that detailed an explanation of the project, but you know, the 3.9, you already covered that. The lack of transparency, we didn't want Covanta. They claim prior to receiving any waste. Okay, I do want to add for a little bit of a more time, because you know, one of the things that's happening here to myth bust their disinformation is that they are required by the KDHE. We've all fact checked them. The POTW, I just want to do this. The POTW discharge permit is required. We know that it's in disarray and it needs a lot of upgrades at this moment, and the resources aren't there. On July 28, they said that they are not required to have any permits with BPU. The offsite wastewater study and the impacts it will have on residents already struggling to stay above water, floods, water system, and residential drinking water is also compromised. Wastewater requires Bureau of Water Compliance and a permit. Bureau of Wastewater and Solid Waste and the NDPES application is also required. An air exemption, who they claim they had a legacy permit, a legacy exemption, or maybe in the last, I don't know when, you know, it's not my first rodeo, just like this is not their first rodeo coming into a community to cause harm. Like fact checked this with KDHE and said, you know what, they reached out, but decided not to move forward. So they have continually been in a shady outfit.
Okay,
Right?
sir, I need you to wrap up your comments. You're out of time. So go ahead. Could you go ahead and close this out?
Yeah. So in essence, we all oppose the special use permit, SP 2025-043. And so, yeah, we don't want this here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clements, long time no see.
Yeah, how you been?
Good.
It's good to see you. Good
Nice to see you.
I haven't been here for a while, but I'll be coming back.
I don't think I was in this chair last time you were here.
I don't know.
I think it was up
Yeah, I
down
think you
that
were.
way.
All right. Doug Clements, I'm the Director of Physical Properties, Director of Facilities for the Kansas City, Kansas Public School District at 2010 North 59th Street. But really, I'm here on behalf of the district as a member of this community because, as has been mentioned, we have two schools in the immediate area, John Fisk Elementary School at 625 South Valley, and then Morse Early Childhood. I'm pointing to it. You see it right there? At 912 Baltimore. The BOE, the Board of Education, the superintendent of the district has received numerous phone calls from the community because of this application. So I was asked to come here tonight to listen to the presentation. I'll thank you for that presentation. And to also, I just want to share that the Board of Education does have many of the same concerns as you're hearing from the neighbors and the communities in the community, and that is centered around the overall health of the community, air quality in the area, the impact of the increased truck traffic, and they also want to make sure that there's an opportunity for the community to be heard as they're being done tonight. So that's, I'll keep it short. Just wanted to share those serious concerns of the Board of Education. Thank you very much.
I do have a question for you, Doug.
Yes.
With regard to crossing guards, things like that, where does that employment come from? Is that a school district function?
City.
Provides, it's the cities?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to find out. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there going to be anyone after this lady? Okay. I've got some folks online, so I'm going to go to online after this. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Katie Rico. I live at 1430 South 25th Street in the Argentine neighborhood. The Argentine neighborhood, we share the environmental concerns that have all been stated previously. Just wanted to make a couple points. The first one is there's been no commitment from Covina or whatever the other name was, Red World, that any of these jobs that they bring into the community, that Wyandotte County residents will be hired for them. I feel that Armadale Renewal Association's support should be questioned as their board members do not reside in Armadale or in Wyandotte County. The gentleman that stepped forward, that was the vice president, gave his work address, but not his actual physical residence. The executive director of Armadale Renewal Association does not live in Armadale, but sends her support for this initiative. I feel that 200 feet is a very, very small distance to inform residents. That's only about 15 houses. And not all of those people received the notices for this special use permit. And also the schools were not given an opportunity to communicate this to the parents of those schools and the children that attend those schools. So those are just a few points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? All right. We're going to go ahead and go online. I'm going to start with Kathy Holt. Kathy Holt. Kathy Holt, I need you to unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't really prepared to speak on this, but I've kind of listened a little bit, and I think the most
Would you start off with
important
your
thi-
name and address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Fred Holt, 1424 South 80th, and I do a lot of work in this Armadale area with different businesses and stuff. And as far as the truck traffic type situation on this, well, this property that they're going to be in used to be a roofing company, used to be DeFinci Roofing. So I'm not sure that there'll be a whole lot more trucks. And the south side of that used to be Pentagon, which stored a lot of oil field stuff for the pipelines up north. I will say that you need a really good truck traffic plan, because when you come off of 18th Street and make a left on 14th Street, it's not a good situation, because if you meet a truck there, one truck has to back up so the other truck can make the corner. And as one lady had mentioned that that curb and stuff has already been broken down and stuff. Trucks are a little bit longer today. I would say come in from 7th Street and come down Kansas Avenue and make a left-hand turn to go in there. And the ones going out can make a left-hand turn and go to 18th Street. But my only other question is that what kind of support or compensations are they asking from the unified government to make this plan work for them? And I'm a little bit concerned about the hazardous waste.
Okay, anything else, sir?
No, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Atinas Mena.
Hi everyone. My name is Atenas and I'm with Rise for EJ, a community-based organization. I'm also speaking on behalf of my grandma who speaks Spanish that lives in Valley and 7th, and we strongly oppose the proposed Reworld facility in Armourdale. Reworld, also known as Covanta, has a history that should alarm every regulator and community member. Across 12 states, they've paid more than $11.8 million in penalties and settlements for violations that include taking in materials they shouldn't have, hiding information, and harming communities. In New York, they were fined over $878,000 for improper ash handling and unacceptable waste composition. In Connecticut, they're being sued for concealing flood damage, and this is ongoing. Across the country, they've misled communities, operated without transparency, and processed harmful materials despite public assurances. This is also not including their international track record of harm. Now they're making similar claims here, saying they won't accept toxic or harmful materials. But this is the same company that has lied before and been caught. Their track record shows that what they say and what they do are often very different. They claim to be listening to the community, yet their so-called public at 2 p.m. on a weekday, and when most people were at work and without notifying all residents. Many of the residents in Armourdale also speak Spanish, and that was not made available to them. They're proposing to operate just 2 blocks from an elementary school in a neighborhood already dealing with heavy diesel traffic, dangerous pollution levels, and chronic flooding. The materials they plan to process, paints, solvents, sludges, absorbents, they may be labeled as non-hazardous under federal definition, but that's not the same as safe. These substances can still release toxic dust, chemical runoff, odors, and harmful emissions, especially during accidents, equipment failures, or floods, and Armourdale floods, as everyone has been stating. Putting this facility here increases the risk of contamination in a system that's already incomplete and overwhelmed. Even Park Hills, Missouri, this year didn't want them. They told them no. They've held their own meetings with the community, and that should be telling us something. Even though Reworld or Covanta tried to claim that that wasn't their company, but we were able to fact check them and find a lot of reports indicating that they have bought a site out there. We know from Covanta's own history that they've operated in ways that harm communities and violate trust. Approving this facility here would not only add to Armourdale's existing environmental burdens, it would also send a message that our community's health, safety, and children's well-being are less important than corporate promises. I truly urge you to reject this proposal, require a full independent health impact assessment, and ensure real community engagement. Meetings at times when people can attend, notices sent to all residents, and full transparency about materials and processes. Armourdale deserves protection, not more industrial risk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the only letter I see on the screen is G. G, I need you to unmute and give us your name, please.
Hello, my name is Xochitl Galvez, and I am talking on behalf of my community. Wyandotte
Okay, what's your
County,
address?
1510 South 17th Street,
Thank you.
Kansas City, Kansas. And I live right in the center of Argentine. I'm a brain tumor survivor, and I really don't want this company to come and toxic my community anymore than what it is. This summer, last summer, my sister and I both participated in the rice science program that that we explored a topic in the community that was affecting our community. So what I did, my project focused on analyzing if the air pollution had an effect on the speed of learning of children. So I compared two schools, a school in Argentine and a school in Turner. Well, those two schools, after comparing those two schools, I checked the air around each of the schools to see how much pollutants were in the air. It showed that my results showed that the school in Argentine had more pollutions than the one in Turner. So therefore, if we have this company come in again and make our air even more polluted, then kids will not progress academically. And that's something that the school district has been pushing for decades. They want they want Argentine to be number one or even a better district than the other districts around surrounding districts. But we will not be able to succeed that if we can't lower the amount of pollution in the air. So I speak for all of the kids and for all of the teachers and for all the community that we don't want this new company to come and throw toxins into our air. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, Zach Pistoria.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the privilege of being able to testify before you remotely on this special use permit. My name is Zach Pastora. I live at 22801 Golden Road in Linwood, Kansas, in your neighbor in Leavenworth County. But I'm here tonight on behalf of our members in Wyandotte County and Kansas City. We have 116 dues-paying members, and we have over 1,400 in our network, supporters that have taken action with us in Kansas City, Kansas. And if you're not aware, in the past, we've been involved with environmental education efforts. We recently helped fund some signage for birds across the Wyandotte County Lake. We've advocated for clean energy solutions, clean air, and helping people save energy in the community, amongst other things. We like to think we're a good faith actor and prominent within the community. So what troubles us is for this community project that has ramifications for environment and health concerns that we weren't contacted, we weren't consulted to be part of the consultation process. And we have a strong zero waste policy within National Sierra Club. And one of the tenets is that frontline communities and community leaders be consulted with industrial waste management. And so we're opposed to that just for that reason. But of course, as one of the largest environmental groups in the country, certain and the oldest, and certainly one of the largest environmental constituencies in Kansas with over 4,000 dues-paying members. Have strong concerns for environmental safety and public health impacts. We're just receiving information about this here tonight and haven't been given the opportunity to see an environmental impact analysis, analysis on the air quality, and only recently did we hear tonight that there's not going to be any waste to energy generation on site, but still there's environmental concerns both upstream and downstream. And so what we've seen across the country and a variety of the chapters across the United States, that companies as these haven't lived up to their promises. These waste to energy systems are provided a false solution guised as an environmental solution, but actually perpetuates unsustainable material systems. We have other better solutions for energy needs for cement
You have
kilns
1
and
minute
other.
left.
Thank you very much. Other heavy industrial facilities. So we're just here to say that at this time, we are opposed to this. We hear the community and frontline community groups like Rise for Environmental Justice that are opposed to it, that haven't been getting treated with respect. And so because the environmental injustice concerns amongst other communities and the concern for this community, on behalf of our members, the Kansas chapter of Sierra Club opposes the project at this time and would encourage you to deny the permit until further notice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, we'll now go to Rayanne. Rayanne,
Thank you. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ryan McCarram. I am with Rise for Environmental Justice, and I'm a community advocate for the Armourdale neighborhood, and we have been working there for years. I am aware of all the risks and dangers that exist already in Armourdale neighborhood, and the fact that this proposal came forth with only one business day of notice, that we are all scrambling, and I had to join remotely, and I can't even be in person, just speaks to some shady stuff happening right here. Why is this company that has changed its name recently with all this corporate fanfare of, oh, we're rebranding to help folks? That's not, I think, what's happening. I think they're changing their name to hide their history of coming into these neighborhoods that are disenfranchised, these neighborhoods that cannot speak up for themselves or protect themselves from this encroachment, and then polluting our neighborhoods. Why are they coming to Armourdale, which is already so burdened with so many other pollutants that this commission has already voted on an Armourdale plan to get it to improve, to get it to be better? Why are they now trying to get into our neighborhood? We need to get better information. We need to get a better understanding of why they are coming here. Why are they not providing all these resources for us to understand what is the purpose? Why did they select this parcel exactly? Do they have their proper discharge permits? How can they get away with not getting the proper discharge permits from for water emissions or for air pollution? Where is KDHD in this involvement? Where are the requirements for wastewater requirements or air emissions or any solid waste? Where are all these applications that we are not seeing and that we have not been given an opportunity to explore and to understand what this proposal is while it is being rushed through this commission? Like I said, Reworld, they were called Covanta and they just changed their name because they're trying to hide their history. They have had they're a large waste management company, but they've operated all over the country and there's been multiple issues and violations. And if we had been given more time, we can pull every single one of these violations from the ECHO database that EPA still has up and running on their website. We would demand a better public health impact assessment. We want to highlight that this is adding further to the transportation danger to our human health with all the other extra trucks that will be coming into Armourdale, which is the opposite of what we have been advocating for years. We want to better understand what will their plan be for on-site wastewater treatment facilities and how they plan to deal with all these new pollutions and emissions. I don't think there's such a thing as proper industrial recycling that should be happening right next to a neighborhood, as I'm seeing on this parcel map that's just on the screen in front of me. That's all I can see right now. It's just people live right next door. How are we going to store all these chemicals there in a flood zone, in a historical area that has been impacted by pollution and industry? In closing, I just want to say, like every other person, hopefully on this meeting, we are opposed to this special permit being passed as it is. We want better understanding of what is happening. We are opposing this Covanta Reworld proposal for Armourdale. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do want to address the comment about the 1 day notice, the shady 1 day notice. That is not correct. There's been plenty of notice. The notice that went out on this project is the same notice that goes out on every project. So I take exception with that. I'm not calling on you. You've already had your chance to speak. All right. So I take exception with the speaker's comment about the 1-day shady notice. That was not the case. All right. We're going to move on to Vi. Vi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hello. I am a part owner of a small shopping mall in the area, and so we have an adult daycare, like senior, where we take care of like senior folks. So in general, I'm opposed to this as a business owner in the area. So just wanted to say that, and thank you so much. Just kind of worried about the respiratory, like our clients in our area getting sick because we do have a senior daycare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Elizabeth Friedman. Elizabeth, I need you to unmute yourself, please, and give us your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Friedman, PO Box 6351 KCK 66101, and I have a written statement. I submitted one, but I have something a little bit shorter and smoother, so that's what I'm going to present.
Okay.
Dear Board of Commissioners, I'm writing to express my concern regarding the prospective waste facility recycler in Armourdale, KCK. I am an environmental physician, having completed training in internal medicine, pediatrics, occupational environmental medicine, and preventive medicine. I work in KCMO, and a large portion of my patients and their families reside in KCK. The statements and opinions expressed herein are my own and do not reflect the opinion of my employer, funders, partners, or otherwise. In this letter, I will focus on factual information rather than opinions, and it is my intent to help ensure you have the information you need to make well-informed decisions that benefit those you represent. As the facility at issue is an industrial facility in an area zoned for mixed residential and industrial use, there are several issues of concern with respect to both public health and individuals' health. Many of the chemicals documented to be released by these facilities are known to be harmful to human health. This is why they are supposed to be monitored and regulated under the Clean Air Act, and I believe also RCRA, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. A number of these chemicals are carcinogens, including benzene, cadmium, chromium, vinyl chloride, mercury, arsenic, dioxazethylbenzene, and naphthalene, and there are more. There is no safe level of exposure to these carcinogens for anyone. Many other hazardous pollutants will be processed and produced by these facilities. Typically, in operations such as this, they will not be fully contained. Because of the short response time to develop and submit this letter, I'm unable to provide additional details. It is worth noting, however, that many of the chemicals released by the facilities are ones about which we know very little. This facility, along with the trucks bringing and removing product, will produce substantial amounts of particulate matter, a substance that is regulated by the Clean Air Act. There's a substantial amount of research on the health effects of particulate matter, which is a component of air pollution. Increased levels of exposure to PM 2.5, that's particulate matter of 2.5 micrometers or less in diameter, have been correlated with worse health outcomes, including exacerbation and development of asthma, as well as neuro and cardiovascular events like strokes and heart attacks, as well as many other adverse health outcomes. And again, the short response deadline prevents me from providing additional data. But if the commissioners are interested in more information, I would be happy to provide it. What is clear is that the epidemiologic research shows that individuals living within 500 to 600 feet from sources of PM 2.5 particulate matter are at increased risk for the adverse health effects, more so than those living farther away from the pollution source. The facility of interest is intended to have a buffer zone of 15 meters, which is a far cry from the 600 feet needed to be protective of human health. A concern that was brought to my attention by local residents is that
Ms.
Armourdale
Friedman,
is
your time has expired. Could you go ahead and wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, you'll see in the letter that I have submitted, there are a few references, not all that I would like to submit, including those that assess the safety around occupational and health medicine. There are a lot of ways that federal, state, and even local governments are intended to protect and serve for the health of the community. I recommend highly that laws and regulations are followed to a T, and that would include an environmental assessment as well as a health impacts assessment if possible. Please take a look at my letter and don't hesitate to reach out with questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Alex Riepscholt.
Yes, I own 338 North 14th Street, 3 miles away from the proposed site.
it's funny because I came onto this call for something else, but I do not recommend the acceptance of this permit. I recommend denial based on all the other comments heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's all I show for speakers, so I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicants to come back up to the microphone, address some questions. Okay, I'm just going to start off with the things that I've got, and then you can add anything you want to. One of my questions was, what type of inspections are done at the facility? I mean, again, just are there routine inspections with regard to the type of waste or detection of anything?
Absolutely. So we do have to get a solid waste permit from KDHE. That's part of this process. So step one is obtaining this SUP and then moving into obtaining a solid waste permit. That permit is going to contain a variety of requirements for this site, from how we do things from a daily basis to daily inspections, to inspecting our equipment. I mean, you name it, the inspections that we do on a routine basis, ongoing every single day. So absolutely, they will be part of our permit, and we would have to meet those requirements on a regular basis.
Okay. What about a traffic study? Did you all conduct one, or and perhaps the unified government did not require one, but did you all perform a traffic study?
We did not at this time.
All right. What about
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, there was
Mr. McLaughlin.
There was a traffic memo that was required as part of the application process.
Can you explain what it referenced, or what were the findings?
So I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand all the tables. But it is included in the packet.
Was there anything that brought out the fact that this was not within the tolerance of the streets that are provided?
No. Basically, the plan is to use existing traffic routes, truck traffic routes.
Okay, I see the same tables that you're probably looking at as well, from Mr. Mark Sherry, the engineering staff. Okay. What about a flood study, any type of flood study? What would happen if that facility were to flood? I mean, everybody knows Armourdale floods. It's been mentioned over and over. I mean, basically everybody has life jackets in their house in Armourdale. So what happens if that facility were to flood?
Well, I'll just say that the site is located in Zone X, which is a minimal flood risk area.
Okay, well, we say minimum flood risk and we say Armourdale, those really don't, minimal and Armourdale and flood don't all go in the same sentence. So let's go with the guy in the blue shirt.
My name is Andy Ferguson.
Yes.
I'm the Vice President of Operations for ReWorld, but the site will be contained, and part of, like Don mentioned, in our permit, when we will contain the site on the inside. So again, to keep material from coming in and keep anything we had on the inside from getting out. So we put a berm around the facility, a certain height to be able to minimize that. And we have discussed the flood zone and the flooding with the property owner, talked about their drainage and all the miscellaneous things that they've done on site to make sure we have proper drainage from heavy rains. And they're actually here, they could talk to that, but that's, we have done some due diligence around that end of it.
How tall is that berm and what's it made out of? Is there a berm there now?
There's no berm around the facility now. So we would put one on the interior part of the building. And typically that's about 6 inches.
6-inch berm?
A 6-inch berm for the entire property. The property is 93,000 square feet.
Okay. All right. Any type of environmental study done?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. What about, you talked about spills, and the question that popped up in my head when we were talking about it, in terms of transportation to and from the facility, I mean, the type of material that's being transported, if there was a spill, if there was an accident, within, not that I'm not concerned where it happens, but I'm more concerned about where it happens in Kansas City, Kansas. I guess what's the worst case scenario if something were to be, if there was a spill? Some of these fuels and some of these things that come in,
Okay, so from a transportation perspective, we contract with a 24-hour emergency response company. Well, let me back up. So from a business perspective, we contract with a 24-hour emergency response company. We have some of the emergency response items as well for for spills on site or even spills off site. The transporters that we contract with, they have to have emergency response plans as well. So there are contractors for that. And that's how we mitigate those things. We have our own resources internally, and we use third-party resources as well.
So those trucks that come in, there's somebody that knows that they're coming in, and if they were to have an accident out off of I-35 and 18th Street,
Yeah,
who gets the call?
So it's pre-scheduled. They have to call in. So again, if it happened on the interstate there, the local cops are going to call the trucking companies and the dispatch. And so the dispatch has if they know what's on the truck, they'll be able to respond they'll be able to get the response company to respond to the situation. Typically, there's 6 or 8 different 24-hour environmental emergency response contractors that are available within the region. We've looked at, there's a number of response contractors available here. We're not contracted with any of those yet because, again, we got to get through these processes.
Sure. All right. What hours of operation?
6 to 10:30.
Yeah, so a fully operational facility operates basically 6 to 10:30 at night. Now that's takes a number of years to become fully operational. So you start out on a shift less than that. So 6 to 3, 6 to 4, those type hours. And a standard shipping and receiving hours are 7 to 4.
So they don't operate 24 hours a day?
No, sir. It's a 5 to 6 day a week operation, being Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday, based on business. And we're not a 24-hour day operation.
So most of the time it's going to shut down by what, 6 p.m.?
So by 10:30 at night.
10:30 at night.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's the latest from a standard operating.
All right. I know it's been brought up, but discussions with regard to BPU, the Board of Public Utilities, with regard to power and water usage.
I'll talk.
Talk power and water.
Yeah, so this site has a lot of power. It has over, and again, the owner's here, so they could talk to this, but it's got over 6,000 amps of power already on site. We don't need any more.
All right. And my final question is, with regard to emission, is there any type of, are you all emitting any type of anything?
Can we go back to the water real quick?
Yeah, I know you mentioned water. So I think the comments that came up were around the industrial water treatment process. We've contacted and had several meetings with the Unified Government Water Pollution Control Division. They're the ones that are going to be administering and issuing the wastewater discharge permit that we would need to be able to discharge to the local sewer that then goes to their plant for processing. So to make that clear as well. And KDHE is involved in that process
Okay.
and will be.
All right. And now to emissions.
This site will not require an air permit. So what that means is all emissions that if they do exist are below de minimis values.
So nothing's going to be
That
coming out of a
absolutely
smokestack or anything like
There's
that?
no smokestack, nothing is being burned, nothing is being combusted. All activities are indoors with doors closed.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Any follow, I'm sorry.
There's one more
Yeah, I
thing.
did have one thing. So KDHE has been well aware of this permit process,
Correct.
even prior to us coming here before this body. We met with them several times. They do know about our facility, materials processing facility. They visited one. So, they don't take it lightly. And they are also they have done their due diligence as well. And they know that this SUP process is a part of our larger process to obtain a solid waste permit.
Okay. And just one more question. The company named Covanta has been thrown around. Is that a parent company? Are you a division of that, or is there a relationship with Covanta?
That's our legacy company. So we rebranded about 1.5 years ago to Reworld.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So it was a rebrand.
All right. Follow-up questions from the commission. Anyone here? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, there was a couple of questions brought up by people. One of the ladies mentioned benzene. Is that a hazardous waste?
Yeah, benzene is a hazardous waste. It's D018 on the under RCRA.
So you won't be having any of that?
No, sir. We will not be accepting benzene.
On your list up there, you mentioned oil.
Correct. It said oil absorbents. Yes, sir.
What does that entail?
So the best way I can relate that is like if you had an automotive shop and they cleaned up, they had oil pads and they cleaned up and say oil that had got on the floor or wiped an engine down that had oil on it. Those are considered oily absorbents. They're non-hazardous by EPA, by RCRA. And so this site would manage that. That's also a type of material that could go into this alternative fuel that we mentioned earlier.
So would you have regular oil?
No, sir.
So it would be like oil rag type thing?
That's correct. It'd be oily rags. We would not, this site's not, again, industrial water could have some trace oil compounds in it, but we're not an oil facility or an oil marketing facility. So,
Okay, you operate till 10:30 at night?
yes, sir. That would be the latest hour that we would
One of
operate.
the things I read in here was complaints from people with noise from the operation. So how much noise are you going to generate operating at 10:30 at night?
So this site will not generate a lot of noise at all. And by that, what I mean is,
Your definition of a lot of noise.
yeah, okay. So like you may hear, if you're, well, from the road, you're not even gonna hear a forklift backup alarm. And so the forklift backup alarm or a piece of heavy equipment alarm, because we move material around with, say, they're medium-sized loaders, but we move it around with that. And those are the backup alarms you'd hear. The processing equipment's really quiet. There's no hearing protection required in the facility.
Okay, next question is, who regulates the trucks that'll be coming in? Are those the people that you're getting the processed stuff from, or these contractors? Because we have problems when we had a dump before down on K32 with trucks that brought uncovered material in there and was a large trash problem from blowing out of the trucks before they got to the dump.
Mhm.
So what's the situation of how we're gonna make sure we don't wind up with them going through Armourdale with stuff blowing out of the trucks?
So the trucks that'll be coming to this facility they'll be sealed trucks. So they're either the outgoing containers are sealed, say walking floor trailers, that's completely sealed across the top, or van trailers coming in, or some even roll offs with tarps on the top of those. So that's the type of trucks that come to the facility. So again, van trailers, box trucks, roll offs, those type trucks. The outbound material typically is going to leave in a walking floor, which I just mentioned. And again, they all have tarps on them. It's regulated in a couple ways. We have our own internal scheduling system. We also using the third party trucks that we deal with them. So, but really, as far as trucks coming in, that's managed through our scheduling system. That so we know on a given day how many trucks are coming to the plant, and then based on that, how many trucks are going out. So,
Okay, thanks. That's all the question.
yes, sir.
Thank you. By the way, I like the way you say oil. It's kind of like a deep voice Paula Dean. Kind of like, and I say it in the best way. I do like the way
You heard that before, so but thank you.
oil. He says it oil. We say oil
Got it.
here. Yeah, yeah, oil. All right, now that we're done with that, we're gonna go to Mary Beth, Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes. I just wanted to ask more questions about the potential for a flood hazard. Since you are in flood zone X, does that mean that the risk hasn't been analyzed in the event you do flood? Because for instance, I'm in an X as well, and most of my neighborhood is, but we've flooded at least 3 times this year. And so I'm pretty curious about what does happen, because a 6-inch berm wouldn't do anything. I had 2 feet of water hit the back door of my house. So I am curious if that's been analyzed since you are in an X zone.
I can answer that if you'd like. Alyssa Mercy Planning. So Zone X is levee protected. So what that means is that the levee, which is currently under construction to be raised to the 750-foot level, theoretically is protecting enough of the area to prevent a massive flooding event. So it doesn't mean that flooding won't happen or couldn't happen, but it's protecting you from the very once every 750 year kind of floods.
So if the facility itself got, let's say, 2 feet of water, is there something in place there then to make sure that there aren't any hazardous spills or any issues that occur with that? And is there a protocol in place in the event that it does get infiltrated with water? Because like my basement, for instance, got solid foot of water and I'm at the top of a hill in an X. But we've had so many backups lately that it's been a real problem. And Armourdale is Armourdale.
All I'll say to that is that it's certainly something that will be included in our solid waste application and something that we need to look at. Absolutely. The berm that we're mentioning around the facility is to contain any spills from within the building to come out. Now, if we're talking a 3-foot flood, that's an entirely different story. But it's certainly something to look at.
All right.
I'm guessing, so like, can I ask more questions? Just one more thing on that?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Would that become a requirement then? Because if it's not in anything other than a flood zone X, that means that most likely it won't be an analysis that actually is required to take place, right?
That is correct, according to staff.
So then is there a way that we just can make that a stipulation that it definitely needs to be analyzed? Because again, we're all in X's, but tons of people have had flooding, especially downtown this year. The storm drains back.
You could certainly add that as an additional stipulation.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Easterwood.
Yes, it was mentioned that there was no environmental impact study done yet. What would be the typical time that something like that would be done?
Would we go to staff for that? Is there a trigger that is required?
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So that's typically triggered by something like ADHE or an outside agency when they foresee that there could be an environmental impact, they require things like that. It's also sometimes associated with if they're using federal funding, which I don't know if that's the case in this, that might also require an environmental impact assessment.
Did you get that, Commissioner Easterwood?
Yes, but one of the representatives from ReWorld was saying that one had not been done at this time. Do you plan on, is there a plan for you to do one?
Okay. Is there a plan to do an environmental impact study?
We're going to meet the requirements of KDHE as part of that permitting process.
So is that a requirement by KDHE?
We haven't gone through the process yet, so I can't speak to if that's a requirement or not at this time.
You're at hurdle 1 tonight.
We are at hurdle 1, correct?
Has a public health assessment been done?
Public health assessment? I'm sorry?
No.
Yeah.
There has not been one.
That would all be handled through potentially KDHE. So this is just step 1 in the process. It's a pretty lengthy process from a solid waste permitting side. So that's.
Okay. Commissioner Easterwood, any follow-up?
Yes, there were some comments made about the neighborhood meeting that was held like in the middle of the afternoon.
I was going to get with that. I was going to get to that with staff with regard to that. So if you could give me some leeway to get with staff on that.
Okay,
Well, let's just go ahead and do it. Staff, with regard to public meetings, neighborhood meetings, are there requirements as far as the time of day they need to be held or anything like that? And whether or not language interpreters need to be present or anything like that?
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So we have requirements in terms of the time frame in which you have public meetings or whether they can be virtual or in person. It is recommended to have them closer and to have them after hours. I don't know, and I'll look to legal for that if that is actually required, though.
This is Mike Farley with legal. The zoning code does not require a certain time or a certain distance. My understanding is the requirements mentioned in public comment came from the application, part of the application itself that does mention how a neighborhood meeting should be conducted, regardless of the language there. That can be used as guidance, but we have to refer back to it's not in the code itself, is what I'd say there.
All right, they're just guidelines or suggestions.
They are very strongly worded. It uses if it's the same language that the speaker, if I'm finding the same language that she found, it uses the word must, but it is not codified.
All right.
And I do want to bring something else up too, just to correct the record. We did have someone who was offering translation services as well. So I just want to correct the record because I believe somebody spoke about that.
All right, so you did have somebody present that could do that?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Did everyone catch that online? All right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Schwartz.
I just have a question. Since this is the beginning of the process, let's say it goes through tonight, will there be additional times when the community has the ability to come forward and you're going to go before the boards again for continual approval? Like for instance, if KDHE says, you're not required to have these things? Is this just the final, and the community doesn't get any more say?
No, there's a public comment period through the KDHE solid waste permit process. And, you know, if we were to get approved tonight, obviously there's another Board of Commissioners meeting on the 28th as well.
All right.
For public comment.
Other questions? Okay. At this point, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comments.
Alyssa Marcy, Planning. So staff received comments both in opposition and support for this. I did want to mention a couple of things just to clarify. So traffic has been a concern. There was, I wouldn't say a full-blown traffic study, but our Public Works did review the traffic routes. And so one of the stipulations in the staff report is recommending the specific routes that were mentioned in the presentation and not going into the residential areas as much as possible. So that is in the stipulations. One additional thing that I'll add is it was brought to our Air Quality Division concerns about emissions relating to the truck traffic itself, not with the facility, but with the trucks going back and forth. The Air Quality Division has reached out to KDHE and the EPA for comment on that concern and has not heard back yet. But regardless, this is an allowed use in this zoning district, and staff is recommending approval for 2 years.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Any additional clarifications needed? If Commissioner Jones.
One quick one. When I just heard that C's had been reached out to, but you hadn't heard back yet. What is the ETA? When do you expect to hear back from them?
I have not been specifically given a date from their quality division. I can find out more, though. I'm not sure what the turnaround usually is on that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or clarifications? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion when ready. Recommendation is for approval for 2 years, correct? All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones.
I make a motion to delay this application for 60 days, given the concerns from the public, the things that I'm concerned about that sound like have not been addressed at this point, but especially additional communication with the public, Armourdale residents, of course, in particular.
So your motion is for a holdover for 60 days, but what, I'm sorry, for what reasons for the holder and what would instructions would we provide the applicant that's needed to be done within that period?
Additional communication with the additional public meetings held. The group, I know the name, it just escapes me right now. Begins with an S, I'm sorry, the organization. And then
Sierra Club.
Sierra Club, thank you. Yes, that's who I was thinking as well. And then also, I'm concerned that staff has reached out. That's why I just asked that question. And for me, especially with the health concerns, KCK, Wyandotte County is at the bottom of the rung. And so I think we need to have added due diligence with regard to the avoidance of adding to our health dilemma, because we absolutely have a health dilemma.
All right, so the motion is for a holdover for up to 60 days for the applicant to meet with the Sierra Club and other interested parties, along with getting some feedback from the health department and what was the other department?
KDHE and the EPA.
Yes, thank you.
All right, you've got that, Rose. All right, is there a second? Commissioner Easterwood, is that a second?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded to hold over for 60 days for the applicant to have additional meeting with stakeholders that we've described above, in addition to getting some reports from the various health agencies that Rose will put into a formalized motion. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Nay.
Armstrong. Armstrong. Let's see.
Must have fallen off.
I think she fell off. Okay. Beth,
Nay.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Say again.
Aye.
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, it is 3-2.
I have
Does that carry?
3-3.
Oh, oh yeah, 3-3.
Mr. Chairman, you can vote on this one. Or you
I'm
must
gonna,
vote on this
I'll vote nay. So the
Okay, so
motion would
motion does
fail.
not carry. Yeah.
So we'll need another motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve special use permit 2025-043, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, motion to approve special use application 2025-043 made by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second for that motion? All right, that motion fails I'm sorry, Commissioner Ernst.
Just to move it along. Yes, sir.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Nay.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Nay.
Schwartz,
Nay.
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 Okay. So I have
Motion fails 4-2.
Yeah.
Another motion.
Yeah, the motion does not carry.
Correct. Fails 4-2. Is there another motion? Commissioner Easterwood.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought I saw your hand up.
Oh, no. I would go back to Commissioner Jones's motion if I was to make one.
Commissioner Jones, you want to take another swing? You want to shorten the time or something like that?
Okay, I'll go with the shortening of time. I make a motion to hold over this case for 30 days to again get additional public comment and communication, inclusive of stakeholders like the Sierra Club, as well as getting allowing planning and zoning to get information from the health department.
All right, basically the same motion that we had before, but we're going to tighten up the
With 30
time frame to
days.
30 days, so everybody's got to get to work. All right, is that a second, Commissioner Easterwood?
Yes.
All right, it's been moved for approval, moved for a holdover for 30 days for all the stakeholders to get together in addition to the environmental and health reports that were previously stated in the aforementioned motion. Any discussion? It's made by Jones, seconded by Easterwood. Roll call.
Ward,
Nay.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
So I have
4-2.
yeah.
All right, motion approves 4-2 for a holdover for 30 days.
Correct.
All right, everybody understand where we're at? We're going to hold over for 30 days. We'll be back here next month. Hopefully we'll have better dialogue.
Quick question, point of clarification, what is outreach to the Sierra Club? Yeah.
Why don't you get with staff and we'll get you moving on it. I would just get with these groups to have some meetings and get everybody on the same page. Go ahead and call the case, Rose. Next one. Right. Right. It comes. Okay, folks, we still have a meeting to concern, so if you could take your conversations outside into the vestibule, we'd appreciate it. Folks, we have a lot to do still. If we could get you to take your conversations out into the lobby, we would appreciate it. Go ahead. Next case.
Next application is SB 2025-044. Mitch Litcherman is a special use permit for a kitchen and event space at 1017 North 9th Street. Does anyone have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I need you to leave the. All right, I'm sorry for that. Go ahead and please escort the lady out of the building. All right, let's move it along then. Well, you know what? We handled this. We gave you a lot of time this evening. We gave you your due diligence. But you won't next month. All right, let's go.
Okay. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on SP 2024?
No.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Leichterman? Mitch Leichterman. Yes. I'm sorry, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm here.
All right, go ahead, please state your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do. We're getting the train back on the tracks here.
Thank you so much. My name is Mitch Lichterman. I grew up in Kansas City. I bought a two-story commercial building that's been vacant for the last 5 years. After multiple attempts to lease it out to various different options in the community that did not happen, I decided I would like to develop the building myself. The first floor is being developed as what's called ghost kitchens. These are rentable commercial kitchens that will cater towards food truck vendors, private chefs, food service companies, or just companies that want to develop a restaurant business but don't want a brick and mortar. The second floor is currently a full court basketball court with bleacher seating. It was used many, many, many years ago as a basketball gymnasium. We intend to basically keep this space pretty much as it is, just clean it up and renovate it so it can be used as event space planning. This will be for weddings, banquets, and other types of multi-use sort of events.
All right, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, we've gone through various plan check meetings. We've met with all city officials. This is a historic building. We had a historic meeting last Monday and it was approved by the Historic Commission. So we're ready to move forward.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone want to speak to this case? I have Mr. Kendall in the chambers first.
Hi, Greg Kendall, Wyandotte Economic Development Council. I just wanted to quickly say we've worked with Mitch and his team. This is a great reuse of the facility. It has been sitting idle for a lot of years. And in fact, some of you may be aware, but this is one of the triggering projects for the task force that the mayor put together, the business task force around parking that you all discussed around the parking variance. So this project was one of them that could not move forward based on the old requirements. And because of the variance that you all approved and the commissioners, this project is now coming forward. So it's a direct correlation to conversations you all have recently had and our ability to begin to find hopefully new investment here in the downtown area. So I just wanted to put a little piece on there and let Mitch know that I had shown up tonight to support the project.
No problem. Thank you very much. And it puts a old building back into use. All right, we'll now go online. Mr. Nick Ewing. Nick Ewing.
Yes, hello. My name is Nick Ewing with Sullivan Palmer. We are the architects on this project. We are located at 8621 Johnson Drive in Merriam, Kansas, 66202. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And I would also like to add that we did hold the neighborhood meeting. We had one a neighbor attend, and it was the owner of the complete carpet and flooring at 911 State Avenue, and he gave his support and he was in favor of the project. So that's what I would like to add. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
All right, thank you very much. I don't believe so. Any questions for the architect on the project? I'm not seeing any. Anyone else want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Seeing none, we'll go to staff, get their recommendations.
Alyssa Marcy Planning, staff recommends approval for 2 years. Mr. Kindle already covered the parking changes that no longer impact this due to the moratorium.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-044, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Okay, motion to approve special use permit application 2025-044 by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No.
Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong, no, not here. Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on August 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, the next application is SP 2025-046, William Holt. It is a special use permit for a temporary use of land for commercial purposes to keep a shipping container at 1424 South 80th Street. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Mr. Holt? Got you unmuted, sir. If you would, please go ahead once again and give us your name and address.
Can you hear me?
I can now, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. William Holt, 1424 South 80th, Kansas City, Kansas. I applied for this. I've had this container back there for probably 20 years. I moved it to chop down a tree and add a little gravel underneath of it. And so that's when it came apparent that I had it. And so I applied for this permit. I don't know what else I need to say about that.
Is this for temporary storage? Is this something you plan on? I mean, how long have you had it?
20 years. Actually, I have, so we do neighborhood projects and we store a uniloader, and I have a shop there that I work on engines and cars, but nobody really ever knows it because most of them are inside that building that's there also.
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to the case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand if you're online, or come to the microphone if you're here in the chambers. Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Staff recommends approval. Again, this is a temporary SUP for 2 years. The shipping container will have to be removed at the end of the 2 years. That is in the stipulations.
All right. And the applicant's aware of the stipulations that it is a temporary situation, even though it's not been temporary for a long time. All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-046 for a period of 2 years.
Motion to approve special use permit application 2025-046 for a period of 2 years made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ernst, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on August 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
The next application is SP 2025-048, Kevin Schwamberger. It is a special use permit for a short-term rental at 13143 Nebraska Court. Does anyone have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Okay, Mr. Schaumburger, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address. Tell us what you'd like to do with this property.
Yep, this is Kevin Schamberger. I'm at 21088 114th and Olathe 66061. Unlike the other short-term rental guys on earlier tonight, I use third-party professional property management on our short-term rentals, our long-term rentals. We own both of those triplexes you can see there on the back. We own all 6 of those units there on the west side, which is at the end of the Nebraska court there. So I was like, we are the neighbors on each of those with long-term rentals, rental permits with the city. And we're just looking at having this one as an Airbnb for us or a short-term rental. And I'll turn it over. I got my property manager on, Alex Repschel. Alex, what would you like to detail for us?
Good evening. My name is Alex Repschultz. I own Owl Stays, the management company that will be managing 13143 Nebraska Court. It's been a long night. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. The property meets the density requirements for an FSD owner STR SUP. The owner has spoken to his immediate neighbors, which are in favor of maintaining status quo, which is to continue to operate as a short-term rental. Owl Stays has been in business since 2019. We've hosted close to 10,000 guests. We've hosted a neighborhood meeting, but unfortunately we did not have any neighbors in attendance. I do believe there's at least one person in attendance tonight that may have some questions or concerns, which I'm happy to answer, and provide our office contact information to which neighbors and guests can call anytime. They can also text as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So this is a non-owner occupied short-term rental. We are recommending approval for 1 year, maximum of 5 guests and 2 off-street parking spots.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, I don't believe our speaker from before stayed on. So we'll go ahead. If no questions for staff, we'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-048 for a period of 1 year.
Thank you. Motion to approve special use application 2025-048 for a period of 1 year made by Commissioner Ward and seconded, I believe, by Commissioner Jones, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. This will be heard one more time, August 28th, 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, the next item is the ordinance amending the Board of Zoning Appeals membership from the Board of Commissioners appointees to a limited number of Board of Commission members. It's an amendment from the zoning code section 2751 and wholly adding section 2754, changing the membership of the Board of Zoning Appeals for appointees to members of the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, and this is going to be heard by, or excuse me, be presented by legal counsel, Mr. Farley, correct?
That is correct. Mike Farley, legal counsel. The representative from the mayor's office who presented last time is no longer an employee of the UG. And so I will do another informational presentation. So again, I can talk to the mechanics of what the ordinance is. I can't talk to the intention of it though, so.
That's fine.
Apologize. I remember last month you gave another attorney a hard time.
I
just
did?
wanna-
You're
Okay,
making that
whatever. Hey,
same,
I'm off the record now.
you're making the same noise that you made earlier today, that, yeah. Once again, we'll introduce Mr. Michael Farley.
All right. Mike Farley, Assistant Counsel with the Unified Government Legal Department, presenting on an amendment to Section 2751 and the additional amendment, Section 2754 to the Unified Government Zoning Code. The basis of this amendment would be to change the required membership of the Board of Zoning Appeals from from members that were appointed by the Board of Commissioners to a select membership of the Board of Commissioners themselves. How that would work is 7 members of the Board of Commissioners would serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals that is currently designated as the mayor, the 2 at-large district commissioners, and then a rotating, or I guess I should say a switching of district commissioners. So 1st, 5th, 7th, and 8th districts would all serve together. And then 2 years later, actually that's the second 2 years, and then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th district commissioners. So it follows their election years, but they serve in the idea is they serve in their last 2 years. At this point, I mean, that's essentially what the change would be. I can certainly take questions on the mechanics of it.
But nothing on the intent. So
You
questions
can
on,
certainly ask, I mean, again, I can only speculate to what the intent was, and based on, so we do have testimony from, I believe it was the May 12th meeting when this was first heard. I'll just refer back to that. I don't know the exact quotes. But I believe that there was at least one application that came forward to the Board of Zoning Appeals. They referenced the apartments at 69th and State. And I believe the quote was, there was concern about that project and the parking variance that was granted, or it was heard by the Board of Commissioners.
so in essence, the Board of Commissioners was unhappy with the decision that we made, so they would like to make those decisions themselves in the future.
That's what I would take by the word concern.
And
I
but
believe
they
the
don't
word-
want to hear all the cases that we heard tonight. They just want to hear the Board of Zoning Appeals cases. Or is that coming up next?
I'm only speaking to the change.
I'm actually just,
The Board of Zoning Appeals. Well, and again, just to clarify, again, I don't know, to the audience, whoever, I know, Mr. Chairman, that you know well that most of what you hear tonight, unless it is a plat or a final plan review, does go before the Board of Commissioners anyway. So yes, they're hearing most of what is heard tonight. In addition, this amendment would also have them sit as the Board of Zoning Appeals and hear that variance that we heard at 6 o'clock.
going to the mechanics of how that would work. We don't know when they would meet and those kinds of things. Would they be meeting at the same time we are earlier, like we do now, or would these be meetings held at a different, or is that something to be worked out?
That would have to be something that's worked out. Again, the time is technically selected by the chair of both Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals. It was assumed to be the same person.
Who would be the chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals if this were to pass? Would it be the mayor? Or would it be selected?
It would be, technically it'd be subject to BOZA bylaws, because there's nothing.
So the Board of Zoning Appeals
the-
commissioners would choose their
Correct.
chair.
The mayor, I should clarify, for any boards created in the unified government, the mayor is the default, the mayor or the mayor's appointee is the default chair unless specified otherwise. I would say BOZA and Planning Commission are fairly unique in the sense that they've created bylaws that actually identify that elections need to happen. Landmarks Commission actually does the same as well. So as long as the bylaws were to continue, that's how the chair would be elected.
But they're not making any change to the Landmarks Commission,
Correct. They are not making, this is no change to the Landmarks Commission.
or they've not requested an ordinance change, excuse me. Okay, questions for Mr. Farley? Commissioner Jones?
Basically, like any other case, regardless of what we decide, the Board of Commissioners will make the ultimate decision. Is that right?
Sorry, Commissioner Jones, that's in reference to the amendment itself?
Yes.
Yes, this will go before the Board of Commissioners, and they will take a vote on this.
Yeah, and so, yeah, if they, enough of them want it, they get it, the end. I just wanted to be sure on that clarification.
And in the previous case that we sent in for denial regarding the county administrators being the planning director or serving as, I'm sorry, decision maker or just
Director's interpretation.
director's interpretation, they overrode that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. 10-0. So they were iffy. Okay. Any other questions? We'll save the comments. Commissioner Schwartz.
So I know that everybody's saying this, so is essentially the point, like, what's the point of our commission? If whatever they say is what goes? Because if everything they choose is like what we pick is relevant, then is there any oversight there, period? Like, do we actually have an impact?
Are you talking about from the Board of Zoning Appeals standpoint or the Board of
Yes.
Commission, or the Planning Commission?
Board of Zoning Appeals, like what we're discussing right now.
I'm sorry, state your question again.
Is there a point to our board if everything that we say can be overruled by them at any point in time? In reference to this exact amendment?
Some decisions we make are final, correct?
Correct. As the Planning Commission, several decisions you make are final.
But Board of Zoning Appeals, some of the decisions we make are final as well.
All the decisions you.
I'm sorry, yes, all the decisions we make as Board of Zoning, so they don't get a chance to hear those, whereas the Planning Commission, they do have oversight. But they do have oversight on this ordinance.
They do have oversight in this ordinance, and I will add when, believe Commissioner Schwartz's question was about what effect. The recommendation that comes out of Planning Commission does change the threshold for a vote to pass. So in the previously referenced ordinance, that was recommended denial by Planning Commission, it did need at least 8 votes in order to be overridden and approved. So if, to the question of effect, that is. Right. I mean, I just wanted to, again, the mechanics of it, that would be in effect.
Something, no?
That is, how impact they have on that. That's
I got a question for him real quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Ward.
So, obviously, the City Planning Commission, Board of Zoning Appeals, is that state mandated? Is that why we have to have this stuff?
Yes, the creation of both the Board of Zoning Appeals and City Plan Commission is mandated if a municipality has a zoning code.
Okay, so then, but they don't specify who is on each one?
No, there's not necessarily a specification, and I probably should have had the state code in front of me. There's nothing direct, but the language seems to indicate that there would be a separate individual other than the governing body that would sit on that. Additionally, just to see how other peer cities in Kansas do this, I took a look, I reviewed Overland Park, Olathe, Shawnee, Leawood, Lenexa, Wichita, Topeka, and Lawrence. All of them, again, have a selection mechanism that comes from the mayor, a combination of the mayor and the city council, but they are all distinct individuals. And actually, Lawrence specifically has language that says none of the members shall hold any other public office in the city other than the planning commission.
Okay.
So
and
again, that is all local ordinance,
right.
but these are all peer cities.
So nobody else that we know of.
I have not been able to identify. I believe in the last meeting, there was testimony given that both Bonner Springs and Edwardsville do it this way. I went back and looked at the ordinance, and if they do, they are not following what their ordinance says, because both of them distinctly choose separate planning commissioners who serve on both planning commission and Board of Zoning Appeals who are not their city council members.
Yeah, so we would be the first, it appears.
The first that I couldn't identify in Kansas, yes.
Okay.
That's exciting.
We're breaking ground.
Okay, how much time do you want to spend on this? Commissioner Ernst?
I promise not to ramble too long, even though I'm old.
That's all right.
I want to remind everybody that Board of Zoning Appeals, the commissioners do not does not go before the commissioners. Decisions made there. They
Correct.
can only be overturned in court. We have had lawyers tell us, we really wish you'd move this over to planning and zoning rather than zoning appeals, because we can convince the commissioners, might not have been their exact words, but we can convince the commissioners to do it, whereas we can't convince you. And there's an election coming up, and there may be some new people who wouldn't necessarily agree with this. So that's all the information I wanted to share with you.
Thank you. This was heard 90 days ago, correct? Is that?
That is correct, yes.
And at that time, the decision was to hold it over for 90 days, and it cannot be held over any longer. It must be dealt with this evening, according to Mr. Farley.
That is correct.
So I will entertain a motion. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, public hearing. Anyone in the audience like to speak to this case? Anyone? Well, I hope so. Well, everybody who wants to come up, so we'll. No.
Neil Palmer, Kansas City, Kansas. It is a very sad day here in Wyandotte County, but you know, inevitably the city does move forward, and I appreciate the pause you started the meeting with, Chairman. I don't think this moves the city forward in any way, shape, or fashion. So last month, by unanimous decision, you voted against a proposed ordinance that would make the county administrator the de facto Director of Planning and Urban Development. Not one voice that I recall spoke in favor of this at the public hearing, and several citizens who had firsthand knowledge of how this ordinance would have had gave credible reasons why that was a bad idea. Unfortunately, the Board of Commissioners decided that they knew better, and they overturned your unanimous denial at their last meeting. Now before us is a motion to abolish the Board of Zoning Appeals as we currently know it, for the Board of Commissioners can add that to their already overloaded wagons. I'm not sure, but I think the city ordinance says that if you're on the Board of Commissioners, you're not supposed to hold any other public office. I'm not sure, but I do remember floating through a lot of ordinances lately, and I remember seeing that. But if they adopt this ordinance, obviously they can go do that. I'm not sure that they truly understand the matters the Board of Zoning Appeals handles. We have a unified government that's on a spending spree that now requires them to raise our taxes. If they can't count dollars and cents, how are they going to count chickens and goats? How are they going to measure whether carports are built past property lines? If somebody's this passionate about this ordinance, why aren't they here explaining this to you and what their intentions are and how it benefits the public? And you've seen here tonight, you all are the backstop between the government and the people, and you're doing a pretty good job of it. So does this mean that next month they're going to come in and abolish the Plan Commission as well? I mean, where does this stop? I don't know of any first-class city in the state of Kansas that operates this way. I call attention to the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 1, Division 3, Section 2-55, that regards the mayor pro tem. In that, the at-large commissioner not standing for election in the general election of each odd number year serves as the mayor until the next general election, so that the person that's not up for election serves as the mayor pro tem. This ordinance is written just to the contrary, so that the commissioners that are up for election would be serving on the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I'm sure the background is if you got a new commissioner, they got 2 extra years under their belt, they know a little more, but imagine the commissioners that are up for election also being on the Board of Zoning Appeals in a politically charged environment. That sounds pretty dangerous to me. I'll be very brief here. So it's obvious to me, accepting a few commissioners with uncommon common sense, that those who duly appointed you do not require or respect your judgment and experience in the planning growth of this city. As with most things in unified government, This is likely already a deal that's already been done, and they're checking the box to get this through this committee so they can have it at the Board of Commissioners. I urge you to vote your very clear conscience against this ordinance and send a message. I would further ask that this commission as a body draft a position paper with regard to continuing to amend these codes that have not been broke for a long time. So why are we changing them now? Somebody has an agenda, they should come forth with their agenda and tell you. I thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Anyone else want to speak to this case, or I'm sorry, to this ordinance change? All right, seeing none, do we need staff? Are we looking for a recommendation, or the recommendation is from you all is for?
Correct. The code does require that planning staff
All right.
provide a recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ernst, did you have a comment before we go to staff?
I was basically going to ask that question and repeat the fact that the gentleman who just spoke, I really like him. He makes a lot of common sense, and sometimes we don't have a lot of that. So are we gonna just have a,
We're going to get staff comment, but I do agree with your comment, Mr. Ernst. Thank you very much for making it. Now we'll go to staff.
Staff recommends approval of the ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? If not, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Jones.
Make a recommendation to deny the ordinance to amend the Board of Zoning Appeals membership.
Thank you.
I can go on and read the rest of it, but basically that's it.
Motion is for denial of the ordinance, reestablishing the membership qualifications of the member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
yes, indeed, sir.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0.
All right, motion to deny.
Motion to deny carries.
All right, thank you all. Does that conclude our agenda, Rose? No, it is not. We have one more to go. Oh, that's right.
Presentation.
I'm sorry. We do have one more to go. Ready to pack it up?
Melissa Marcy.
Yes. We have one more item. Go ahead, Rose.
About the, it's an update on the Wyandotte County Vision Zero Action Plan.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be brief with this. I'm Melissa Marcy, the Long Range Planner in Planning and Urban Design. I'm going to give you a brief update on the Vision Zero Action Plan. If you want to go next slide. You have to use them. Okay, great. So I'm going to explain what Vision Zero is and where it came from, what we're doing now from a public engagement and data analysis standpoint. And then we'll also go over a couple of our hotspots in the county when it comes to our most dangerous intersections and roadways, and then our next steps. So Vision Zero is essentially a concept that was formed in Sweden, actually, but the goal is to achieve zero traffic fatalities and serious injuries. So that is what Vision Zero is. The reality is that most of the things that happen on our roadways are preventable, whether that's from an infrastructure solution standpoint or a behavioral standpoint. So we received a grant through Federal Highway Administration for $1 million with a matching fund from KDOT to do this grant. It is countywide. We are working with Bonner and Edwardsville and Lake Quivira. And so the point is to do a very in-depth analysis of all of our roadways, local, state, and federal, to figure out where our most dangerous areas are. So we did start this at the tail end of this was started at the tail end of 2024. We have been doing a data analysis and engagement since then. This is a partnership between planning and public works, since this does impact public works really a lot more than it does on the planning side. So we will be looking to adopt our vision over this fall. But following that, all of this will actually feed into our capital improvement plan, which gets adopted at the end of the year, beginning of 2026, so that we actually have safety as a metric for how we rank projects. We do have a very robust steering committee, so we have a lot of those departments that, you know, deal with traffic all the time. So fire, police, we have public health, planning, public works, obviously, some from the county administrator's office, but we also have stakeholders outside of the UG because we wanted a really robust perspective. So we have all of our school districts represented. We have folks from the whole person, so folks who are vision impaired, hearing impaired, and a lot of others who in some way, shape, or form touch on safety. So just a quick update, you can go forward. That is the first engagement piece that we had. We had an online map where folks were able to drop in their comments. So if you were in a car accident, if you were in a near miss as a pedestrian, if you cycle and you have bad experience, you could drop in all of your comments. So we received over 500 comments in total across Wyandotte County. And I think you can tell where some of our more problematic roadways are just by looking at that map. So this is just a summary of some of our events. We've done pop-ups. We've showed up to a lot of community meetings. We continue to do that, but trying to really get out there and get this out in the public and get feedback. So now we're kind of switching. So the thing about safety is we know whether or not, you know, something is going to actually improve the roadways. There's a lot of data and science behind this. What's I think comforting is that a lot of the comments that we've seen and a lot of the problem areas that people are experiencing align a lot with the data we're seeing. And that data, again, that's crash reports. So that's the reports that the PD is filling out, that state troopers fill out, that we're getting on a federal level too. So the second time around, what we're looking at is really doing more of an education campaign. So what are safety measures? What do these infrastructure solutions look like? What do these behavioral solutions look like? And how can we implement them in our community? So just an analysis update. I think this is kind of an interesting slide. So this goes over at the top, that top row, it shows fatal injuries, serious injuries, basically all the way down to the right to like less serious, severe injuries. And you can see for us where most of our injuries occur from a fatality perspective. I will say, and we might get into this a little bit in a second, compared to some of the other places in Kansas, we see a lot more fatalities and serious injuries with vulnerable road users. So that's basically people who are not in a car. We're seeing a lot more people that are killed or seriously injured in Wyandotte County. Again, I mentioned that we look at both the infrastructure and behavioral components of traffic safety. So what you're looking at right now are basically the most common causes of accidents in Wyandotte County. So from an infrastructure standpoint, and keep in mind too, these numbers are not going to add up to 100 because a lot of times there's multiple causes to an accident. But our top 4 infrastructure trends, you could say, are roadway departures. So that's when you're leaving a parking space and entering the roadway. Intersections, speeding is really high for us, even compared to the state average. And then again, pedestrians and cyclists. From a behavioral standpoint, and this is the one that also stands out a lot, we have a lot of unrestrained occupants in Wyandotte County. A lot of people are not wearing their seatbelts. And then we also have a lot of young driver related crashes, as well as impaired driving, which covers obviously a different range of impairments. So what you're looking at here is that comparison I was mentioning earlier between Wyandotte County's rates of fatalities and injuries in those categories that I just mentioned compared to the state average. So everything that's bolded in the very far right column is where we exceed the state average. So those are really our big focus areas as to why we're having so many accidents. We're going to go through a couple of heat maps here. So this is the data side. You saw that comment map earlier, but this is the actual accident reports and where we're seeing things happen. So the darker the color, So the yellow and the reds are going to be where you have a higher rate of accidents. And so this one in particular, this is just local. I didn't wear my glasses today. Yes. Okay, so this is just our local roads. Again, we have to focus on what we control. We can't always control our state and federal highways, but you'll see there's a lot of things happening on State Avenue, on Parallel, and then you're seeing a lot more accidents, obviously, in the east of I-45, 435 area where things are just more dense and you have more people driving. And so the next part of the data is that we had to figure out how are we going to rank all of these locations. So this is called a high injury network. And so that's where you look at all of the, not only the numbers behind the injuries, but the severity of the injuries and the types of populations that are involved in the injuries. So again, those red colors are going to be where you're having more hot spots. And so we're able to look at this and we're able to create a ranking that helps us prioritize, okay, where are the roadways and intersections we need to focus on first when it comes to infrastructure and behavior improvements. And I won't go through this line by line, but we have already started to rank some of these. So these are road segments. I think probably the ones that stand out the most are ones you probably experience yourselves. The one interesting thing about these rankings is something to consider is that you expect to see more accidents if you have more cars on the road. When you have more accidents with fewer cars on the road, that's even more of a problem. And then similarly, next slide, these are our top intersections. I think one that I experience a lot that should be on there is 39th and Rainbow, but similar way of ranking these as well. So next steps really, we're shaping our vision, mission, and goals so that we can get those adopted. Something I didn't mention earlier is that this federal grant program that we receive this funding for, you have to adopt this in order to access implementation funds. So to actually do some of those safety improvements, you have to first get this plan adopted to be eligible. So that's really our next step here is shaping this. And we've been doing that with our steering committee, and we'll also be bringing this in front of the Public Works Standing Committee as well. So you can go ahead and skip through. I'm not going to go through these in detail. But this is just our timeline. Again, we're looking for adoption probably in the fall. Because this is a joint project between planning and public works, we're going to have to get it adopted first through you guys as well, but also through the Public Works Standing Committee and Board of Commissioners. It's kind of confusing, but that is how our adoption process will be. And again, then we'll work on integrating this into our CIP process so that all of our projects are ranked from a safety standpoint. So that should be it though.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Alyssa? Commissioner Jones. You're muted, Commissioner Jones.
My technology tonight, my apologies. So Alyssa, and cutting to the chase, I know you present it to us probably as a part of protocol, but it seems to me that this would be something that would save lives. So is there a reason as to why we would not want to, vote to recommend this, to approve it?
Oh no, I'll be coming back. It's just, this was my first, I just wanted you guys to know that this was happening and what we've done so far, but I will be coming back in the fall and we will be looking for that recommendation because we definitely want to be able to pursue that grant funding.
But in the meantime, is this as a first step kind of means? I mean, I don't see any disadvantages to this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure.
No, I agree with you. And what's great is everyone can get behind safety, but I just wanted to put this in front of you all. I think it's hard to summarize this because when you're analyzing the entire county's roadways, there's a lot of data to dig into. So I do have different dashboards. Like if you want to search by time of day and by what kind of vehicles are involved in accidents or how severe the crash is, you can go into all that nitty gritty data and see to that level. So I'm happy to also share that with you guys.
And then also, unless I'm missing something, this safety initiative would be fully funded by grant money. Is that correct?
Yes, so this planning effort right now was fully funded by grant money, and then once we adopt the plan, we will then be eligible for the implementation funding. So that would be again fully funded by a grant.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Alyssa? Yes, Commissioner Beth.
How come you went back to 2014? What was the date range purpose for that?
Really, what we were trying to do was the most available data set. And so just because of how data is collected and put into systems and then made accessible to like our consultants, the earliest year we could get fully was 2023. So that was where we stopped. And then we tried to go backwards about 10 years.
Okay, well, I read this intensively since I spent 7 years as an accident investigator and probably one of the few certified expert witnesses for accident recreation for the city. And it's all good, but what I missed in here is enforcement.
Yes.
I would be curious to the enforcement level now compared to what it was 20 years ago as far as the ticket range. I know there's very little traffic enforcement now. You can drive down State Avenue and get passed by cars doing 100 miles an hour. I can walk down 2 miles of State Avenue and pick up a 5-gallon bucket full of liquor bottles.
Yeah.
And this is also part of the problem that skews these other data besides the accident reports, because I actually designed an accident report for the city or the state back in the 70s. And a lot of the things that the contributing factors are subjective by the officer that filled out the report.
Yeah.
So speed, failure to yield, those type of things. So that's just one of the things I wanted to give you a heads up on about, because I did read it in depth, and I really appreciate the things you did in there. There's just, my whole thing was enforcement cures a lot of these problems. And I understand the public education things because we did public education safety, but you have a speed limit sign there and you tell people not to speed.
Right.
And without the third factor of enforcement and punishment, the rest of it just goes out the window.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And I think just a little tidbit I've learned in all of this is roundabouts, as again, you can't sit next to people and force them to drive correctly, right? Roundabouts have been shown to significantly reduce serious fatalities and injuries. However, they increase more fender benders, right? So that's your trade-off, right? You could have an infrastructure solution where you're forcing people to slow down, and the trade-off is, well, there's more property damage, less severe, loss of life and those kinds of things. So I think like trying to figure out that what's a happy medium of enforcement and education and infrastructure is really what we need to do by the end of this plan.
Thank you. Any other questions for Alyssa? All right, so this was informational only, no action. So
action.
that concludes our agenda now.
Correct.
So I thank you all once again for your patience, and certainly thank you for your input on the case involving the Armadale folks. Have Aaron Woodson that would like to speak. Aaron?
Hi, yes, I was on the agenda for this evening, but I did not hear my case called.
And I believe you were on the consent agenda. Is that correct, Rose?
Yeah, you're at the consent.
You were on the
agenda
consent
at the end.
agenda, so your case was approved at the very start of the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming. I'm glad I got to listen to all of this all night long. It was fun.
Hey, we put on a good show, so.
You know what? I did have a couple
I'm
of
glad you got to
chuckles.
be with us. Binge watch us on YouTube.
Yeah, right?
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. We'll see you next month.
Good night, all.
Good night, all.